to order at 7 p.m. And if we all could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'll just go over the agenda for this evening. We will have We'll have public comment on any items that are not on the agenda. Then we'll do the town manager report, community spotlight. We'll discuss and vote on the Juneteenth resolution. We'll discuss Arcadia Ave parking issues. We have an update from the economic development. A public hearing to discuss and vote on our FY26 water, sewer, and stormwater rates. Discuss and vote to approve intermunicipal agreement for regional assessor through June 30th of 2028. Discuss and vote on a select board policy Article 1, Section 1.4 communication. Discuss select board office hours. We'll then have a 5-minute recess. And then we'll go to discuss and vote to extend or execute a new grant agreement with Reading Community Television, or RCTV, and or instruct town manager to explore options outlined in town council's memo, which was attached to the packet this evening. We'll then do select board liaison reports, discuss future agendas, discuss and vote to approve prior meeting minutes from May 27th and June 3rd, and then we will enter into executive session for Purpose 2 and Purpose 3, Public Employee Committee Health Insurance Agreement, all units. If you want to start, did everyone sign in who would like to speak? Again, we're going to do public comment on any items that are not on our agenda, and we are going to keep it to a strict 2 minutes. Please come up to the podium and just state your name and address if you don't mind.
Nancy Doctor, 371 Pearl Street. I actually wanted to discuss the recent decrees issued by the chair regarding speech in the select board. The first is the limit on where, when, and what residents can bring before the select board. My concern is I believe the select board should hear from constituents and taxpayers before you discuss any items on the agenda. It seems to be limiting residents' involvement in the select board. The other one is you have a 10-minute limit, which I appreciate. Is there some type of mechanism, however, as in town meeting, when there is more complicated or need for more details to extend that presentation? And then lastly, in the prior select board meeting, the conduct of a majority of the select board really begs a code of conduct to be enforced. So I'm asking the town manager or the assistant town manager to enforce that. The can of worms that was then opened, however, by the chair also calls into question whether there's a conflict of interest he has and whether or not he should be involved in any discussion regarding RCTV. The chair, as a private citizen, runs his own media platform. And as a private citizen, he can refuse to publish or broadcast any subjects or opinions he chooses to. However, my concern is in voicing a very personal attack on the RCTV executive director, not the RCTV board of directors. He raises a real question of conflict of interest. The executive director also is the founder of a well-established nonpartisan online news platform that does in fact publish all letters to the editor, both mine and Bill Brown's. Call me a cynic, but I would like to know if town council is not on this call, Matt, as a lawyer, while I await feedback from the state on ethics committee, could you venture into whether or not the chair is putting himself, the
Ms. Doxer, I'm going to ask you to wrap up at 2 minutes,
for
please.
ethical violations, given his personal attacks, could be seen as an attack on a competitor.
We are going to stick to the 2-minute rule tonight, so I'd like you to wrap up, please. I really need to keep everyone to 2 minutes.
I would like Matt to either weigh in or ask town council, because I don't want to subject our chair to a violation. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any public comment? Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening, I'm David Monahan, 25 Maple Ridge Road. I'm the Select Board's designee to the Ad Hoc Commemoration Committee, which was set up to honor Bill Russell and acknowledge his history in Reading. I want to thank the chair for inviting me to attend your meeting in 2 weeks from tonight, at which time I'll present more fully on the committee's work to date. But for now, I wanted to let you know that we're going to be hosting a table at 2 upcoming events. We'll be at the Friends and Family event this Saturday. In a week from Saturday, we will be at the Juneteenth Freedom Festival. The committee's charge from the Select Board included honoring Bill Russell's legacy by striving to create the vision of an inclusive, equitable, and welcoming community, acknowledge and express accountability for the mistreatment of Bill Russell and his family in our town, and launch an annual commemoration of Bill Russell that educates about and builds on the understanding of his vision and nurtures his legacy of improved civil rights. Our committee has had very constructive conversations to date, trying to meet these goals, and we hope that folks will stop by our table at the Friends and Family event, at the Juneteenth event, to learn more about the work that we're doing. If they have thoughts that they'd like to share about their perspective on this mission, we would love to hear from them at that time. We'll also have a tree up where kids and adults can post their own thoughts about the impacts of Bill Russell on our community. So we hope to see many of you at those events, and I look forward to reporting to the board more fully on June 24th.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any public comment? I saw Jeff, okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Hi, Nancy Zemlak, 15 Orchard Park Drive, and I may be here and I may be speaking out of turn because as I was getting ready to come down, I noticed that public comment is limited to items not on the agenda.
We did change that, so when that agenda item comes up, we will allow public comment at that moment.
Okay, so that's, I will wait till that
Thank
moment.
you, I appreciate that.
If it's all right, I'd like to give my comments on RCTV now.
We're gonna, can we hold them until the agenda item?
Last time it ran late, but okay.
I understand, but we're trying to keep it all the meetings the same, so we're not giving anyone special treatment. I appreciate that. Anyone else in the room have public comment?
Angela. It's magnetic.
Okay. Angela Benda, 10 Orchard Park Drive. I would like to say thank you to Bob Holmes, who has done a wonderful job reporting on select board meetings, other meetings for many years. He's a fellow Heights board member, so kudos to him. Thank you very much. I'm looking to fill his shoes at some point, in having a commentary or a news article, looking at that, and thumbs up, thumbs down, Reading, things that are going on. So I hope to not fill his shoes, but I hope to carry on what he has done. He's done a great job. So thank you, Bob Holmes.
Thank you, Angela. Does anyone else in the room have public comment? Anyone online?
Nobody online.
Okay, we'll move on to the town manager report.
Okay, thank you. Just a few brief updates. So I attended, and I know many of you did, the police department open house on Saturday the 31st. It was a very well run event, very well attended. Actually, the skies cleared just for that event. It rained before, it rained after. But for that event, it was very nice and sunny. So I want to thank the Reading PD, our community partners, and all who attended for doing such a great job at that event. And as was mentioned actually prior at this meeting, there's a couple of events that I want to remind people about. So this Saturday, June 14th, is Reading Friends and Family Day from 10:30 to 3 down at Birch Meadow. Always a great time. A big thank you to the Reading Lions Club
who sponsors this event every year and is sponsoring again this year. We hope for good weather, we pray for good weather, and we encourage everybody to attend. Also, Reading's Juneteenth Freedom Festival will be held on Saturday, June 21st from 1 to 7 p.m. in the town common. That'll feature food, music, and dance, so please come by to that event. I mentioned this at the last meeting, but I want to give a little brief update on the rigid plastic drop-off that included old trash bins and recycling containers. So we had our first one using the address system in terms of odd numbered, even numbered. This one was even numbered. It was on June 7th, and we had about 75 cars come and drop off. There were no traffic delays, no backups. It ran a lot smoother than the one we tried to do last month. And so that was an encouraging sign. We also have one scheduled for Saturday, the 21st, rigid plastic only, and trash and recycling containers. This is for odd numbered addresses only. And if you want to show up to that, if you can't make it there, like I said last meeting, you can always bring your old trash and recycling containers to the DPW garage, Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 2:30 p.m. any day of the week. So there's an option there. And we also are still scheduled to do curbside pickups in July. You can check out the website for more details. So if you have not yet gotten rid of your old trash container and you want to do so, there's plenty of opportunities to do that. And I'll leave it there unless you want me to go right into the community spotlight.
Yep. If you
Go right into community spotlight.
Please, thank you.
Okay, so for community spotlight this week, I'd like to shine a spotlight on a dedicated Reading volunteer. A big thank you to Bill Sullivan, who is not seeking reappointment to the Town Forest Committee after 12 years of service and chairing the committee for the past several years. The town's grateful for his significant contributions to the Reading community. He has a real passion and enthusiasm for the town forest, which is really unmatched. I worked with him personally on several issues, and he's a real dynamo. He spearheaded many town forest efforts, such as improved dog walking and red pine thinning. It was done at the last few town meetings. He's also all about teaching and learning, and he worked with our Reading Scouts on many of their planting projects. And I know he's made several presentations to the select board, presentations at town meeting, in order to educate the public and boards on the projects that the town forest was running. So he really did set a high standard in his tenure, and his service will be greatly missed. So a big thank you to Bill. And also just one small business note, Cal's Creamery celebrated 4 years of business in May, and they did that by offering 4 new flavors, which sound delicious. And they were recently awarded the Best of Reading 2025 award in their category. So congrats to Cal's on another great year of business. And that's the spotlight.
I think we have an additional one tonight.
We do.
I have. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one as well. This evening, Mr. Haley asked me to prepare remarks tonight to recognize a decade of service that Matt Cornelis has given to the town of Reading, and I was pleased to do so. So, is this better? So congratulations, Matt, and thank you. You've been a mentor to me personally and many others in Town Hall, a trusted ear when a resident has a problem to solve, a confidant for employees trying to navigate the world of public service, always ready with a kind word and good humor. Often he gives me nicknames that are always public appropriate. Always serious about approaching a new challenge with grit and determination. You served as a kind of assistant town manager for years in your role as the administrative services director, building up the new operations department and leading the divisions that support all the departments so that they can stay mission focused, from HR and IT to the town clerk and more. You helped buffer a challenging transition between town managers, easing staff uncertainty, and then taking over another full-time job when the assistant town manager position changed and combined public services with administrative services. Upon the departure of another manager, you stepped up as interim, taking on an effectively third full-time role as 2 building projects were entering critical phases and the MBTA community's efforts were ramping up, all while continuing to support staff as we kept up with the usual day-to-day routine of maintaining and managing a bustling, thriving community. A hallmark of your leadership has been your openness and accessibility. You show up for events, the big things and the little things. You talk to everyone. Your commitment and care to the people of this community is felt at every level. So congratulations on 10 years with the town of Reading, and now a little over a year as town manager.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a big surprise, and I thank Jane, the team, the select board. I'm all about team and teamwork. Like I said, we have a great team here in Reading. We're going to get a lot of fantastic things done, and so I appreciate the kind words. Again, I wasn't expecting that, but it's nice to be recognized after 10 years of service. So thank you all.
We'll now discuss and vote on the Juneteenth resolution. David, did you have anything to add besides your public comment? Okay, just wanted to double check. Do we have a motion?
Read the resolution and then we make the motion?
Yeah, she reads the resolution.
Yeah.
June 2025, Juneteenth in the United States. Whereas news of the end of slavery did not reach the frontier areas of the United States, in particular the state of Texas and other southwestern states, until months after the conclusion of the Civil War, more than 2.5 years after President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863. And whereas on June 19th, 1865, Union soldiers led by Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, with news that the Civil War had ended and the enslaved were free. And whereas Juneteenth became a holiday within southwestern states, commonly known as Juneteenth Independence Day. The word Juneteenth resulted from words June 19 merged together in speech. And whereas this day is an opportunity for people to celebrate freedom and equal rights in the United States, these celebrations range from religious events, rodeos, barbecues, cookouts, neighborhood block parties, etc. And whereas on Juneteenth, certain foods became popular and subsequently synonymous at celebrations, such as strawberry soda pop. At barbecues, special dishes were prepared, such as collard greens, cornbread, and meats, including lamb, pork, and beef. Meats were not so easily accessible. And whereas the Juneteenth flag was created by Ben Haith, founder of the National Juneteenth Celebration Foundation, in 1997, and later revised in 2000 to what we know now. The star represents Texas, and the starburst represents all 50 states. The arc represents a new horizon, and finally the colors represent the American flag, a reminder that slaves were and are Americans. And whereas Juneteenth is celebrated all over the world, including but not limited to Ghana, Honduras, Japan, Taiwan, Trinidad, and Tobago. And whereas on July 24th, 2020, the governor of Massachusetts signed a bill recognizing Juneteenth as a state holiday. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the town of Reading and the Reading Select Board recognize June 19th, 2025 as Juneteenth and continue to support the nationwide celebration of Juneteenth Independence Day throughout the United States of America.
Thank you. Any discussion? Any comments or public comments from anyone in the room? Go ahead.
Angela Linda, Orchard Park Drive. I think this is wonderful that the select board is recognizing this. I think this is in contrast to what happened at the last select board meeting when Pride Month was being recognized, and a proclamation, the only agenda item on the agenda for that meeting was the proclamation for Pride Month, was interrupted 1.5 minutes into the meeting by a select board member.
I'm going to ask that we stay on topic of the agenda. So
I am.
Well, you're daring enough. So we're
I'm not really.
You
The
are.
point
Right.
is
I'm going to ask you to stay on topic with the agenda for the June 19th resolution, please.
How nice that this is being recognized when Mr. Bocci refused to recognize the Pride Month proclamation. Thank you.
Does anyone else have public comment? Anyone online? Do we have a motion?
Move that the town, move that the town of Reading and the Reading Select Board recognize June 19th, 2025 as Juneteenth and continue to support the nationwide celebration of Juneteenth Independence Day throughout the United States of America.
Second. Karen, seconded. Any discussion from the board? Vote. All those in favor? Those in favor? Sorry. Okay. 5-0. We are going to move on to discuss Arcadia Ave parking issues.
So I'm going to call on Deputy Amendola, who's prepared some information regarding the parking down there and possibly some solutions that we'll deal with at a future public hearing.
Good evening. Thank you for having us today. You've probably heard over the last year that Austin Prep is full. There's about at least, 60, the residents will tell you, students that do not have parking at Austin Prep. As a police department, we worked a couple different things, but it's not working. So we're presenting some other plans to you guys because we don't know when their parking lot, I know they were at CPDC last night, but when that will happen and if it will still accommodate all the ones we need to know. So if you could change the next slide. This is a video, I don't know if you have to play on that or if that's a PDF, but yeah. So this shows what it can look like at pickup and drop off on Arcadia. The problem with this neighborhood is there's really one way in, one way out. Arcadia Ave, you also have Edgemont, but we have certain time restrictions for do not enter. The Barrow School is, it's a hard to pick up and drop off area. So it's a congested neighborhood. And when we changed parking to one side of the street only, I was like, okay, it's solved, everything's great. But until I went down there myself to see what it's like, basically you have parents coming to drop off their kids or kids walking. Then you have the Austin Prep students parking. However, I assume they were parking and walking to Austin Prep. They do not do that. They have their friends pick them up at the car. So the car stops in the middle of the street, whips around, does a U-turn quickly. There's parents that are trying to drive safely into Barrows, beeping. It's a cluster. We've been there over 40 or 50 times this year ourselves, the police department, trying to help it. We've done enforcement, we've done parking tickets. They leave their cars in crosswalks. They've left their car on and running. We have really tried doing enforcement, but we cannot be there every single day. If you want to show the next slide. So that shows Arcadia at the one way, but even when the snow was worse, it was really bad. So you have to picture parents coming at the same time as the students getting dropped off and swinging around. So if you want next slide. So we've been asked a lot why Austin Prep might have more, and this is just some of our answers we got, that enrollment is higher because Austin Prep changed its school division for sports. Some kids are staying back a year to play a 5th year in high school, which means now sophomores can drive. And just in general, they think more kids are getting their own cars and getting to school on their own. And it's just, next slide, Matt. As you can see, over the past year, we've had 29 complaints. That's just called into our dispatch. I've received many emails. I know the select board receives emails, town manager receives emails, principal, school committee. So there's way more than 29 complaints if we put them all together. In the last couple of months of the school year, we had over 8 cars parked in the crosswalk. They're blocking their driveways, the wrong way parking, obstructing the intersection, which we did add a sign to that they can't park close to the intersection. I've had even reports of drag racing, excessive speed. So, and we all started calling tow trucks if they were to leave their car. At first, we were trying to work with the students. We understand they're young, we understand their kids. We would call the school, have them announce it, come move their car, but we can't do that every day. So we said we're gonna start towing the motor vehicles. The next slide, please. So this is just what we've done. We did meet with Dr. Hickey. You might remember last year you guys approved that they could use Vine Street, the extra lot. They decided they were not going to do that. Dr. Hickey felt he couldn't make the parents do that. Parents wanted their kids near their cars. So we met with them over and over. We had some promising changes, but they were never made. So it's kind of beyond what we can do with the school. We can't force them to do anything because they are public roads, so we can't tell them what to tell their students. So all we can do is try to make changes in the neighborhood. So we've done, again, 41 traffic enforcements ourselves. We added crosswalk signage. I sat out there handing a letter to the kids of how to drive and to all their friends. Next slide, please. But it's still not working. Again, we can't be there every day. So we actually had a neighborhood meeting April 29th. We invited the neighborhood to hear what they felt would be best for their neighborhood. They all feel they definitely need some type of parking restriction. Some, want time. Some would want all day. We don't think that a short time would work in the morning because kids would come and go and still park there. Next slide, Matt. And this is just in case anybody, again, all these streets would be affected because there's only one way in, one way out with all the traffic in the school. And we're particularly worried about this neighborhood because of the school. So we know if we make traffic rules and regs to these streets, it's obviously going to go to the kids are going to go to the next streets. And we would have a plan to probably make that all one-sided parking, but they don't have the danger that the neighborhood has because of the pickup and drop off. Next slide. Next slide, I'll just get right into our. So we've come up with a few different ideas. I don't know, I hope to hear from the residents of what they like. I thought of a Barrows neighborhood permit parking, because the problem is if we make time it, the Barrows staff relies on a lot of the parking in that neighborhood, Edgemont. We've never done a type of permit parking. I think that this time it might be worth trying to look at. We would issue the residents placards for their selves to have. It wouldn't go on the car, so they could hand it to their guests as needed. And we could make that just during the school year. It would be free of charge. I think that we would hit it strong in the beginning of the school year to say, hey, nope, you can't park here. You have to have a permit. Again, we've never done this. I've been against something like this for a long time, but I think it's needed in this neighborhood, just until Austin Prep can build that extra parking lot. Next slide, please. And then our other options to look at are no parking at all for anybody, 6:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. We can't differentiate who's there as a guest if we do something like this, so it would have to be strictly no parking. We could enforce either one, but again, the cons of this one is the residents can't park there either, neither could the Barrows staff. Something like this would take a lot of signage, and some of the residents were worried about having a sign every 15 feet in their neighborhood. So I did think if we went to the permit, we could kind of make a rather large sign at the entrances of each street rather than a million signs around. Next slide, please. And this is what they talked about last night, but just to give you some ideas, they have 316 students driving. Again, I can't do anything about, they leave some of the spaces open. We've talked to them, I don't understand it, but we can't force them to do anything. But they are looking at making, CPDC did pass last night that they're gonna allow a new parking lot to add 94 spaces, so that will be huge. But we have no idea when the time frame would be. Sounds like they still need to gather the money, so it could be started soon, it could be next spring, it could be another year away. Next slide, Matt, please. So that's what we want to present to you, and I know many residents would like to be heard tonight on this.
Anyone have any comments on the board?
Chris can go first.
Thanks, Melissa and Karen. Microphone. It's my first time here. So maybe my quick math on your slide is incorrect, but the number of parking spots they're proposing is under the amount of, so I am correct.
Yeah, I think I did it quickly. It's still missing some, yep.
So what is the plan then? Like obviously.
I think then we could have only an overflow of like 10 to 20 cars at least, not 60. I mean, I think it'll be a
That's
definite
currently what the
improvement.
overflow is, roughly around 60. Okay. Yeah, I understand the situation that you proposed, and it's hard to kind of whittle it down because my thing is what you brought up, that they'll just go somewhere else. The next street over, I would do the same thing. I wouldn't block people's driveways. That just seems, I wouldn't leave my car on either, which seems even worse. So, yeah. So this is the first, so what is there, a public hearing is next beyond this?
We want to get a feel for what you would think is a good solution for the next year or two before we put it right to a traffic amendment. So we would like to have your feedback and then come to the July meeting with something to vote on if you were to change any of the rules down there.
Yeah, so I think if there are residents here, I'd like to hear, obviously, their opinions as well, but Karen can go next.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work. This is, and the select board has spent multiple nights on this topic. And this is an Austin Prep problem. This is not a town of Reading problem. And it's disappointing that we are back here. So I applaud you. Kids are gonna be kids. You need to make it clear. So I hadn't thought of the towing. I think that's wonderful. We're having trouble getting attention of the parents. We'll start getting the attention of the parents when the cars get towed and the bills get bigger. So, and maybe they'll be on the phone to Austin Prep saying, why is my kid's car getting towed? I mean, this is not our problem to solve. So thank you. We need to be aggressive. They're kids. And eventually they'll learn or graduate or something. And in the meantime, we are running into an economic situation where all additional revenue is appreciated. So I'd say get our lovely.
We have issued a lot of tickets down there, and we did hand the letter out to all the, Dr. Hickey did send my letter to all parents of all the students, but I think if we don't make changes, even us going down there every year, we're gonna have to do the same thing over and over with the kids.
Right, so, as a school, Austin Prep pays no taxes to us, so the kids want to pay the parking tax, that would be great. And I'll just say, I look forward to also hearing from the residents, and if they are in support of this placard and they think they could live with it, that could make towing operations and ticketing operations easier as well. And hopefully it is a short-term nuisance that they have to continue to live with, because I have gotten a number of calls, and as I mentioned, the select board has taken considerable time, and your time. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Carlo, Karen.
Go ahead.
I like the placard idea.
Yeah.
The towing and the placard, and I sorry, this isn't on,
Oh.
I'm trying to talk loud. I would like to avoid signs, because I don't think that makes anything nice for the neighborhood, and although the streets are super wide, my kids went there, it doesn't matter. They're supposed to be wide and beautiful, and I would like to avoid signs.
Right, we have to have some, obviously, because you
Some,
have to
but,
know,
you know,
but
you
yeah,
don't
I
have
think the
to have
placard
them
would make it
all.
much less signage.
And it would help in the summer, because you don't really need the placard in the
Right.
summer, and if things resolve, then you don't need the placards at all. And you
Correct.
don't have a sign in the ground that you have to just sit and look at after
Right.
that. So that's my opinion.
Yeah, hopefully some residents are here. I have some friends who live over there in that area, especially in Arcadia, and like the board says, it's an ongoing problem. So I'd love to hear from hopefully some of the residents, but something has to be done. And I think what you propose is good. I wish there'd be a way we could, charge a fee to the students, but I think that would not go well as far as it wouldn't be enough money. Like we need to charge them $500 a year, which is exorbitant, but and it's not fun getting tickets either, especially at that age, but we need to do something. So I'm hoping some residents speak up tonight and tell us what they think of this.
So I just have a couple comments, and I first want to disclose that my daughter goes to Austin Prep, and she will have her license the next school year, so I just want to lay that out there. But I completely appreciate all the work that you've put into this. There's no excuse for what the kids are doing over there. My only hesitation on the placard is I used to live in the city of Somerville, and it is a pain in the butt when you have people over and you have to go get your placard and put it in their car so they don't get a ticket. So that's the only thing that I want to caution the residents for. If that is the appropriate solution, I fully support that. The other thought I had is, if they think that this is maybe a year before their parking comes in, I'm wondering, do you think Austin Prep was receptive to any suggestions? Like, could we ask them to pay for a detail every morning out there or something along those lines? Then we're not inconveniencing the residents, and Austin has to step up and get the kids in line. Like, I loved the idea of putting the kids at the train station and shuttling back and forth. I thought that was a great idea, especially because that parking spot, those parking spaces aren't used. It's not bothering anyone. So I don't know if we can go back at them and suggest a couple things, but if you don't think that
I felt
that's,
that every time we left the meeting, we were left with promises that didn't happen.
Okay.
I don't think the residents would appreciate even having a police officer there all day, but they're still gonna take up their whole neighborhood.
well, it would maybe stop the bad behavior, the illegal parking, the some of that. That's the only thing I was thinking. But no, I would love to hear from the residents. So if there's anyone here that would like to speak tonight, I'd love for you to come up and give some feedback if you'd like to. Anyone?
I live on Arcadia.
Can you just have to come up to the podium. I'm sorry. You just have to state your name and address. I apologize.
I will take one for the team.
If you could just state your name and address, I'm
Sure.
sorry.
It's Kristen Hagstrom from 53 Arcadia Ave. So Austin Prep's parking has been terrible. I alone have made 29 complaints. So like I literally called the police every day and I emailed Christine. I probably emailed Christine with a follow-up email literally every day. So it's terrible. This isn't going to be resolved anytime soon. They don't have the funding. The kids are speeding. I've seen kids nearly hit in the crosswalk. The kids are parking in the crosswalks. They're leaving their cars on. They're parking by the fire hydrant. I speak to the kids. I work nights and I drive home I worked literally every single night this year. So I drove home every morning and I spoke to the kids as they were parking and getting out of their cars. They're waiting for their friends, literally in their cars for 10 minutes with their cars running, waiting for their friends to pick them up while Barrows are trying to drop off their kiddos. They're parking in the middle of the street. They're not watching where they're going. Then they're U-ing and they're speeding off down the street going 40 miles an hour, if not more. Somebody's going to get hurt. You can't even see the kids from Barrows trying to cross the crosswalk. I saw a little girl who almost got hit by an Austin Prep kid, and then she didn't want to cross the crosswalk. I almost had to get out of my car and like help her to cross the crosswalk because she was so scared. So, and that's not like an isolated incident. I've spoken to the kids directly. I'm a see something, do something type of person. I've spoken to the kids. They don't care. I've spoken to the school. These 94 spots that they're talking about, nowhere in the plans did say that was student parking. They have no parking for the parents that go to the softball games. That parking, I guarantee you, is for the softball situation and not the students. Nowhere does it say in that plan that it's student parking. They try to market it like that's what they're doing, and that's what they like to do. They like to talk a certain way and make it sound a certain way, and then they just go about their own business. This is a constant problem. I've talked to the dean of students, I've talked to the secretary, I've talked to so many other people, I've talked to so many people I don't even know. Nobody cares. And they're just, I'm like, I just saw a kid almost get hit today. You're a Catholic school. You're supposed to be like neighborly and care about your neighbors. They do not care. So they have this persona of like, this is what they stand for, and they've treated us like garbage the entire year. I've literally called the school almost every single day and gotten nowhere. And I've literally, they don't care. They don't care. They don't care about the safety of the kids. The parking that they're proposing, they only let their seniors park on campus. They have about 165 to 175 kids, and they're maxed out. That school used to have tiny classroom sizes. Now they've got like over 20 plus kids in a classroom because money, $36,000 a year for 6th through 12th graders to go there. Yet they don't have money even though they're maxed out now. They didn't used to be maxed out in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. They used to only have like 20 students. Now they're maxed out for all those grades and they don't have money for parking. Oh, they have money to do $3 million to do what they got approved the other night, but they don't have money for parking. Parking is a safety concern and they need to be held accountable for having their school be efficient. If you can't provide parking to your students, why are you building a softball field? What is the point? Like, when is parking going to be a priority? If not now, when's it going to be a priority? Every student drives, every student has a car. Every student, no one's on financial aid there, okay? Everyone's paying out of pocket. They have plenty of money to do with what they want to do. They go to the Andover Country Club, they have the prom here, the prom there. They have all this money to spend on what they want to spend it on. It's just not parking, and that's what they need. Have the student, if they don't want to inconvenience their students, it's a 10-minute walk from the depot. If they don't want to inconvenience their students, us, the teachers, take 158 parking spots and make the teachers park at the depot and bus them in so that their precious students have parking. I'm sorry.
Nope, it's fine. I know you guys are upset about this, so I didn't want to cut you off, but we are going to try to, just so other people can speak. But I really absolutely appreciate your comments and your feedback. It is very helpful. Absolutely. Would you like to speak? Yeah, absolutely, please. Yep, we are just going to try to keep everyone to 2 minutes so then everyone that wants to speak can speak and we can hear as much feedback from residents as possible.
Good. Hi, good evening. My name is Katie O'Meara, and I live at 17 Selfridge Road. I've been there for 30 years, and this issue with the park. So my backyard abuts the current softball field, like kind of in the corner when they go around the back. And I went back on my emails. Since 2022, I've been emailing and calling the dean of students about the parking. So the students park in front of my house, they block my driveway, they've went in front of the fire hydrant, and they cut through my yard. So my concern is I'm cutting through my yard without permission. So the back of my yard is has trees and it's not maintained, there's sticks, there's rocks, and it's my property, and I don't want anybody to get hurt. So my main concern is the safety. So initially, the dean of students would have me take pictures of the license plates, and then they would call the student in, they talk to the student, they call the parents, and then they wouldn't park there again. So it's been 3 years. So I know they said it was a year, but it's been 3 years, and I have the emails from emailing. And so now the current attitude, like the former speaker said, is they don't care. And he tells me just to call the police. And I don't, yes, that's what he tells me. He says, just call the police, just call the police. And I don't think that's a good resource, a good, of our resources. So and then most recently in the spring, because it kind of upticks in the fall and upticks in the spring. And I called again the dean of students, but now this time I call when I'm answered. They don't even answer me anymore. So my ideas, and I know these were great ideas with the police. Yeah, these were great ideas from you. That was me talking a little bit ago too. Some of my ideas were, and I agree with you that it's their problem, and they have not had anything constructive. So I was wondering, like, why can we put it back on them? Grace Chapel is right down the street. I go by there a lot. It's empty parking lot. Why can't they rent out that space? They have vans. Why can't they rent out space either there?
They were going to.
Oh, they were
We
going.
can't make them do anything. We can't force the school to tell people where, so we have to either restrict it on your streets. That's all we can do.
Yeah.
We can't make them do it. We wish we could. We
Because that
tried.
would be a great solution, and they would just, it's only like a mile away, and they could bus there.
They were gonna do that.
Oh, you were told, okay. All right.
I think that was a suggestion we were gonna make. Maybe I'm wrong. Or did they?
That was one of the suggestions.
Yeah, it was a suggestion. I don't think they ever actually said they were gonna follow through with that. It was a suggestion at one point. Yeah.
Can I ask if anyone's from Austin Prep is here tonight?
Is there any representative from Austin Prep tonight?
And then another thought I had would be incentives for carpooling.
Yeah.
To have the kids carpool, because I don't know if they pay for parking or not. I would think they do pay something, some stipend, I don't know, but some kind of, so ideas like that, but they should think of some of these ideas, because it's gonna be a while before this new lot gets gets constructed, and then there's still gonna be more spaces. But then the other, like the former speaker too, my concern is the respect issue. Nobody asked me to cut through my lawn, and they just cut through, and it's just no respect. And the safety concern, we had to cut down a tree because we were afraid it might fall on the students walking through the yard, myself and my neighbor. And then most recently, a huge branch fell down. All I could think was, okay, if it ever fell on the students. So, so that's what. But my feeling is the same: is that they just don't want to deal with it. They don't want to deal with me calling, me emailing, and so I'm very disappointed in that as an abutter.
It's really unfortunate.
Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Yeah, no problem. Would anyone else like to speak? Would you like to speak, sir? Good, how are you? You just gotta state your name and address.
Roger Lewis, 26 Arcadia Avenue.
Thank you, Roger.
I'm here because of the respect of these kids. There's no respect. They're driving in their Mercedes and their Audis, and they're coming in, and there's no respect. They're speeding up and down the street. I go to work early in the morning. I'm just talking for my neighbors because I never see it until I come home. The athletes are there, they come. But some of these kids are polite, but it's more the respect of the kids. They're parking in someone's driveway and leaving. I mean, come on. And, he's talking about maybe we'll have them pay. Well, their parents have money, and they're just going to pay. And they're going to
Tow bill.
Yep, and they're just going to keep paying and paying the tow bill. I don't think that's going to work. I like your idea with the sticker.
Because I was hoping we could.
And our police officers, they're working hard out there.
No,
I mean, they're patrolling these kids from different towns but it's the respect for the kids. There's just no respect. It's no
Make sure
respect.
that we endorse a solution that residents in the neighborhood appreciate and want.
So that's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Yes, please come up. Oh, sorry, you can go up next.
Hi, Bob Sherman. My wife Susan and I live at 43 Arcadia Ave. We're looking right at the crosswalk. So every morning with our coffee, we're looking right at all these little kids crossing the crosswalk. And we have tremendous fear that one of the kids is going to get hit. There's been so many close calls. There was one kind of a nice little incident. There was a little boy that was trying to cross the crosswalk. He was a couple steps into it, and there was a car coming at him. And he stopped, and the car didn't stop at all. And the kid backed away, and the car went right through, and he was in the crosswalk. So the driver must have been just preoccupied. You know, the thing, I'm not sure if everyone knows this, and maybe you can tell me, we all know it. But these are not all the kids from Austin Prep. These are just the younger kids who just got their licenses. Those are the ones that they don't want in their parking lot because that creates a lot of confusion. So what we have is all these kids, and they're gonna be new kids every year, new drivers every year, who are trying to impress their friends. They really don't understand, I don't think they really do, how speed can kill somebody. And they're speeding up and down the street. And I'm the one that called and reported the drag racing because it started right in front of my house, two cars side by side from my house, right just after the crosswalk, racing up towards Shelby Road. And I couldn't believe what I was seeing. They were side by side going up the street. So it's not just little kids too, with this older people like myself trying to walk across the street. If a car is coming at me now, I have trouble getting out of the way with my age, but it's a very dangerous situation. I think the sticker parking is really the only way to go because it's gonna force those kids out. They're gonna go down the streets. There are kids on those streets too, Barrow's kids, but not the concentration of kids that's on our street. So that's all I want to say.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, did you want to speak? No, I don't think, just, you can come up and speak.
Hi, Bob Coulter, 91 Arcadia Ave. Thank you, Deputy Chief Amendola and staff. I think you put together, great solutions. I'm coming from the Barrows neighborhood, Arcadia Ave. I like the idea of the placards. I do not want to see signage all over my neighborhood. I don't want to see the road signs. I think an opportunity to try that. I appreciate that. I think it would solve the problem right now until Austin can create some more parking. Potentially, when they do their permitting, maybe in the planning board, you can go back to them and maybe make the suggestion, do you have enough parking, in your plan and do that. But I would appreciate if we did try the permit parking first before we go to a signage. And one thing, at the end of last year, maybe some signs at the end of Longwood as well, because they're doing the same thing they did at Barrows. They're congesting the end of that street, and a single file parking, okay, we can probably live, you can live with it. I hate it, but at least you can live with it to some degree. But I'd like to try the permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this topic? Sure, please come up to the podium.
Greg Salpatelli, 25 Arnold Avenue, which is corner of Arcadia and Arnold. So I'm way at the dead end. But I've been there for most of my life, moved away, came back. We never had this problem back in the 70s and 80s when I grew up. So it's definitely a new problem with the Austin Prep kids coming as they expand their numbers, as was mentioned earlier. And I think placard would be a amenable solution so that we wouldn't have signage everywhere, but we would still have the appropriate signage at the beginning, and try to prevent accidents. And I walking my dog, walking around, seeing the young kids in danger, seeing just the racing. They do U's up and down the street to come back, and they have people that will shuttle other people. So it's not just the people parking, but then you have the person that are driving them back to Austin Prep. So you have even more throughput that way. It's definitely been helpful.
getting over cold, but definitely been helpful with the single side, the parking on one side, and finally the no parking where the double line is, which should be common anyways, but that would be good on the top of Edgemont too, by the way, because people do park too close to the curb there. But in terms of that has been helpful with that bump out that we have, trying to pull in. Having cars in the beginning was always an issue, so that has helped a bit, but I do think that you need to put some pain onto the Austin Prep students by removing their parking options, or that puts pressure onto Austin Prep, because the only way they will respond is if their parents go and confront the school, and that's only going to happen if they don't have places to park. And we don't want to, no one wants the kids to suffer per se, but they are not respecting the neighborhood or regular driving rules. So I'm in favor of the placard. I think that's a good solution that can help the neighborhood, because you definitely don't want to impact the people that are going to barrels, the parents that want to park there during the day. But I do think we need some type of solution, because it's definitely a road hazard the way they're driving and parking. And they're also damaging the lawns too. That's the other thing, is you'll see tire ruts along with some of our neighbors. Some of the elderly just have these giant ruts with water flowing up, and you're going to either need to put curbs in that place if you're going to let parking along there, or you're going to have to continuously have the town reseed every year, because it's always damaging the side embankments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to speak? Sure, please come up.
Mike Fady, 27 Arcadia Ave. Not a public speaker, I have to go off script here. So, so first of all, I want to thank the Reading Police Department, especially Deputy Chief Amendola, Lieutenant Jones, and Chief Clark for their continued presence, their enforcement efforts, for hosting the recent community meeting, willingness to listen to the residents and take action. It's made a noticeable difference, and we do appreciate the effort. Despite the efforts, though, the core issue remains unresolved. Austin Prep has taken no meaningful steps to address the parking shortage on their campus. Proposed solutions like a shuttle system or expanding on-campus parking were dismissed or not pursued. As a result, the burden of accommodating student parking has been unfairly shifted onto our residential streets. This has created daily congestion, safety concerns, significant disruption to the quality of life on Arcadia Ave and the surrounding neighborhoods. Our streets were not designed to serve as overflow lots for a private institution. I think it's unreasonable to expect residents to bear the consequences of a problem that originates from outside our community. I strongly support the implementation of permit parking in the Barrows neighborhood. This is a necessary step to protect our streets, ensure the residents and their guests have access to parking. It's my hope this is temporary, one that creates the necessary pressure for Austin Prep to implement a permanent solution and no longer place the burden on our neighborhoods. I live right in the middle. I've been here for about 22 years now. And, the ruts, the destruction in front of your homes, my wife having to go out, hey, please don't park so close to the driveway. Little inconveniences, but we've never had to deal with. It's gotten worse and worse. It's kind of snuck up on us. I didn't notice it until, the chaos in front before the signage went up on one side. Because I work from home and I'm like a troll in the basement. So I would come up and I'd hear all the stories. I'm like, what are you talking about? There's nobody here. And then one morning I saw it and I'm like, wow. So, fortunately I don't have to deal with it in the morning, but, for the neighborhood, everyone else does. So thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Would anyone else like to speak? Sure, go ahead. Sorry, I just saw his hand up first. You can speak next.
I'll try to be brief.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Eric Fournier, 30 Arnold Ave. I'll just speak on behalf of the folks that are trying to leave the neighborhood while this is going on. So I can appreciate where you may say parking is temporary, but I will tell you in the mornings when you try to leave the neighborhood and you're about to get into a head-on collision with a Barrows drop-off parent, no matter what you do to create parking on that side, and we've eliminated one side, but it still creates a problem. And if you've ever been there when a fire truck comes down, it's chaos. And so I don't know if we've talked with the fire department about this issue as well, but safety isn't just, when school's in session, it's an all the time situation. This is an immediate situation that the select board needs to take into consideration now. It can't wait any longer. School is out. This has to be resolved for us as neighbors. We would be in dire straits if a fire truck was not able to get down there, or any other emergency apparatus for that matter. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Did you want to speak?
Hi, I'm Mary Kimball. I live on 48 Arcadia Avenue. I have 2 young boys, 5-year-old and a 7-year-old that both go to Barrows. I'm also a teacher at Barrows, so I see both sides. I walk to school 3 days a week and drive my boys a couple of days a week because I have a young son that goes to preschool. So I have left the neighborhood and had to come back. And I've seen the chaos that everyone speaks of. It's dangerous. I saw the drag racing. I've seen the turning around of right in the middle of the road while some other car was coming. And I said, oh my God, imagine if my son was there. I hold my children's hand in the parking lot. I shouldn't have to hold their hand in our front yard. It just seems ridiculous. So thank you so much to everybody who's been working on this issue. Thank you so much to our chief here and our police officers in the fire department who have come by to look. My husband and I support any signage, any placard. We're in support of whatever it may be. I do respect the neighbors who don't want signs everywhere. We don't care. We just really want a safe neighborhood. I will advocate on behalf of Barrows, though. There are a lot of teachers that need to park, and the lot only has 27 spots. So teachers, they need to park all day. So Edgemont needs to be a different situation, whatever we can do to be sensitive to that. And then also parents visiting the school. They always want to volunteer, see their kids perform, whatever that may be. So as long as there is that buffer zone for Barrows, I support whatever the neighborhood decides. So thank you so much for your efforts.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Do we have anyone on Zoom, Jackie, that might want to speak?
No hands raised on Zoom.
Great, thank you.
Could I just make one quick comment?
Sure.
In terms of the parking permit resident.
You have to come up.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you just have to come up to the podium.
I already had my time, so
That's
make it quick,
fine.
sorry. In terms of the resident parking sticker, with the suggestion, could that be for the surrounding streets?
Yeah, I
like
think that was the
Selfridge and
discussion, is to
Russell
kind
Circle
of
and-
move it out a little bit.
You know, not just Arcadia, just.
I believe that was the suggestion, right?
Was it for this?
We have it.
The other streets.
I didn't foresee doing the placard for the other streets that were not in that initial block, like Longwood and unfortunately Selfridge.
Yeah.
But we could look at it if you want to do everything. I mean, they're gonna go somewhere, so we would have looked more at like one-sided parking for those other streets. Like I said, the Barrows neighborhood is because of the school danger. So it's hard to go to every street in that whole neighborhood and say no parking anywhere. So I was only included the streets that were in that entire block of the Barrows. And then we would probably do one-sided for all the other streets around.
Absolutely, and I'm sorry, I forget your first name, but she did make a good point. Does Barrows have an issue with parents parking at the school if they come to volunteer? I would want them to be able to.
Whatever we do, we'll make that work with Barrows and the principal. We've been in talks with her about all of this, so we would make sure that that works. And I think if we hit it hard in the beginning of the year that this is not for your parking, I think they'll understand and we'll check on it, but I don't think it'll be any issue of a parent running in for 10 minutes. We'll figure that out with the school.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I think that I support whatever the residents or the neighborhood residents want us to do over there. Not their problem, but do we think that we're gonna have a problem somewhere else, like as this moves out?
I mean, they're gonna go somewhere, but I just think that unfortunately, their neighborhood is, you know, a school pickup and drop off, and that's why it's so
most important, 100%.
dangerous. Like, normally we would say, I'm sorry, it's a public road, but get out there and look at it, it's really bad on their streets. So we can look at how far we should make this, but before the next traffic hearing, but.
Thank you. And I'd like to, based on everything I've heard tonight and your comments, I'd like to assume that parking isn't coming. I would like to assume that this is gonna be in place for a while, and if we're proven wrong, I'm happy to take the issue up again.
Yeah, we hope it's a year or two and we would come right back and ask you to, you know, rescind all these amendments and they wouldn't have to do this anymore, but we don't know.
Yeah, no, and we don't want anything awful to happen over there, so we're gonna do something. Okay. Does anyone else have any other comments? Sorry, Chris.
Thanks, Melissa. A couple quick points. First, I think this is the definition of why we added public comment to each agenda topic. Otherwise, none of these residents technically would have been able to speak. So I'm good to see that a change is moving in the right direction. I also heard comments, so the sticker placard situation, are these one and the same, or everybody gets a sticker and you hand a placard to additional guests?
I think they're saying sticker, but we would plan on all placards so they can be moved around.
Okay, so all placards.
Yes.
And the other speaker that brought up the notion of the teachers taking the shuttle instead, that seems as if this is something, I know we can't explore it, I understand that. But I didn't think of that scenario back in the day when we said the kids are gonna get shuttled. But they're gonna do something to this. Like, if we force their hand, something's gonna happen. And I mean, losing 160 teacher spots and they go down to the depot and get shuttled and now you have the spots for the kids. If that happens, fantastic. But it's a good idea that you propose.
I mean, we can meet obviously with Dr. Hickey this summer and tell them what changes come up and let him know to be prepared for the changes that you've made this summer, and maybe we could suggest that again. It's unfortunate, we have no legal power over what they do, but we'll suggest it. We'll meet with him before, we'll explain that these streets are not an option anymore.
And then the last point is how I quickly deduced that they have insufficient parking over here already. They're going to come up with something else. They're not even planning for the future. They can't accommodate what currently is here. So they got to go back to the drawing board. I don't know, get some more money, but they can't be under the number of spots.
Right, that's what they told us, that this is a short-term solution for some of it, but they claim they don't have the money for any big changes. That's just what we're told, that they need to raise more money, so.
Yes. Thanks.
Karen? I just want to say make as much money as possible and be aggressive as Karen said. Do you know what I mean? Like, just really don't be nice.
Right.
You've been nice for a couple of years.
We were very nice. We tried, like I said, and then I told the guys, like, we can't be calling the school and searching them down. We can only tow for certain things. We can't tow for everything. Tow for the block driveway or the crosswalk, but just some, and the other ones they get ticketed and towed, yes.
Drag races are concerning.
Yeah, we were there. We weren't there at the time, but we, try to be there as much as we can.
Thank you. All good feedback from everyone. In the beginning of the school year, I know a lot of requests come in for details, but if we deem, I think we're going to predict that it's going to be chaotic in the beginning. So can we tell Austin Prep, we're going to charge you for a detail. Even though you're not asking more, we're going to charge you for a detail Monday through Friday, in the morning, in the afternoon, and here's the bill. And can we do that?
No, I've never done it with a non-town department, made them hire, so we could try.
It's a safety concern.
Again, it could be applicable, but even when there's one officer, like when I'm down there trying to help, it's hard to run up and down the street and like catch each kid doing, it's a lot.
So several details, make them pay $1,000 a day. I mean, it's something, they gotta feel it. They gotta feel it, like everyone's been saying, they have to feel the pain.
Yeah, we can try. It's something we can definitely bring forward, but we cannot make them.
You can give them a pill, say, this is what you owe us, you can.
That's above my pay grade.
Well, maybe above mine too, but it's just an idea because it's a safety concern. We've heard from 10 residents.
That's something we can ask every year about. If it's a safety matter, can we just do that and bill them? And we can follow up with town council.
Thank you.
Who, if I could just follow up, who paid the Bagel World scenario?
We did ourselves, the police department. They wouldn't help us at all. He said, just ticket my customers. So we paid any extra detail that you saw there for overtime.
Okay.
Okay, we can't do that anymore.
Exactly.
Does anyone on the board have any other questions? Well, thank you so much for this. I really appreciate all the work you've done.
Thank you.
It's time for our economic development update, please.
Kevin McCarthy will give that.
Good evening, everybody. I will be as brief as I can and leave time for your questions. I'm going to run through a couple of things, just some vacant properties, a little bit of development. I'll touch on Eastern Gateway and then pause for your questions.
Great.
6 to 16 Chute Street. Got some, that has changed hands recently, as you may or may not know. In fact, I met with one of the new owners, one of the two partners this week. They are very keen to find commercial Am I not on? Sorry, a little bit closer. Yeah, no. How's that? Much better? Okay. They are very keen to find tenants as quickly as possible, and have already been engaged with a couple of potential restaurants who go into that space. So obviously, I'm particularly excited about that. I think that would be unanimously welcomed by from most of the feedback you get about what we need in terms of commercial in Reading. One of the two new owners does have extensive experience as a developer in Reading, so he understands the town and knows the town, and they have already engaged with the planning department and public services. So I think we're partly on the way there. The other thing to note is that they seem to have resolved the unfortunate dispute with the last corner. So I think that's put to bed. Which is not an issue. I think it's probably good news all around there. I know you're already aware, but I'm going to repeat it because it's good news, that the former RCTV space at 557 Main is about to reopen as Presence & Co. So it's great to have a new entrepreneur, a new female entrepreneur in the town of Reading. So the open house for that is the ribbon cutting and open house is next Monday, the 16th. 4 to 6 p.m. I think you have probably all been invited, as has the general public. So hope to see you there if you're available. 18 Woburn Street is still unoccupied on the ground floor, which there seems to be a delay in work. My understanding, and I don't recall if I shared this with you before, was that the real estate agent had told me that a Montessori school who has another business outside of Reading doing Montessori, I believe, has signed a lease. And so I was anticipating work starting. We have had one permit request for relatively minor stuff to the building department. So we're sort of anxiously awaiting.
Which address was that?
18 Woburn.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So we're anxiously awaiting more substantial work that would allow them to occupy the premises. 26 Haven, which you'll know as formerly Pamplemousse, is unfortunately still vacant. I think talking to the real estate agent, I talk with him regularly, and I think it's a great space on the one hand for a food business, but it's also a little bit awkward. It doesn't have a full grease trap, as I understand it, so it's somewhat of a limitation. It is a nice new building, so I'm still beating the drum, and I'm still actively looking for food related businesses for that space. Hanging out the shingle for Reading, and hoping that we will get the right restaurant, the right entrepreneur, or the right retailer into that space, because they're out there. We just need to beat the bushes until we find them and get them to come to Reading. The other thing to note is a bit less positive. Tweens clothing store, Lovestruck, announced, I don't know if you saw it on social media, that they were going to consolidate to their other premises, Good Hearts, on the near side of Main Street. I don't know, I haven't been in touch with the building owner to know if they have a tenant lined up for that spot or not. But obviously that's high on my to-do list, is to make sure that we try and get a tenant in there to fill that commercial space as quickly as we can. That's for the core downtown. That's sort of the vacant spots that I can think of that I'm working on and trying to get filled. There are obviously other vacancies along in General Way. There's some vacancies in there, and also on 274 Main Street and 570 Main Street. There's some office vacancies in there as well. With regards to development and projects, the former natural food store that I meant, or Natural Foods that I mentioned before, has been fully taken over by the Bay State Liquors expansion. So they have that, which means that the lights are on. So if you go now, you'll have a nice occupied, lights on storefront all the way down South Main, which is great. So we don't have a gap in there anymore. That's good for them. It's good for business, good for the town, and good for the other retailers around there to have a full occupancy along that stretch. The development 252 Main, which aka Strata on Main, they have started marketing their retail space on that ground floor. In speaking with them, I think they would ideally like an upscale restaurant to be in that space. And although I had thought it was quite early in the development process, they tell me that if they're going to have a restaurant, like that in there, the earlier the better in terms of engaging with them. If it's going to be a restaurant, for example, which they I think would ideally like, the finish and fit and that type of thing would be important to start soon. So that's another one that that's on my radar, and to try and get the right business in there so that we have as much continuity as possible when they occupy the space and the project moves.
Can I go quick?
Of course.
18 Warren, I was thinking it was the church next door. Is it the new tiny construction?
It
building?
is the
Next to Anya's.
yes. It's on the other side of
Supposed to
the
be a
entrance.
restaurant.
No, it's the other side of the entrance to the parking lot, to Upper Haven parking lot.
But it is that new building?
It is the new building. Yes. I will touch on I'm glad you brought it up, because the church at 32 Lowell Street is no longer for sale, and I'm afraid I don't know what that means. I'm optimistic that it means that the ballet school is staying, but I haven't heard back. I did reach out to the real estate agent, but I haven't heard back as to whether or not that is a permanent situation or not. But last week, 459 in Main, which was the old gas station, that is remains on schedule for fall completion. So I think that seems to be everything seems to be on track there, and that's, as you can see, the progress as you go by there. The progress is pretty visible since it's right on Main Street. Shall I pause there? Any questions on that, or shall I move on to the Eastern Gateway?
Go ahead, Karen. A quick question about Chute Street. So it doesn't sound like, I'm glad, two questions. So Chute Street, it doesn't, take back. It didn't sound like they were planning to proceed with the large expansion that was previously approved and expires in September. But you mentioned one of the owners has experience with the development in Reading. Can you share what other project they work on?
They're a little before my time, so I'm actually, I'm not being coy, I don't know.
Oh, so they just brag that they have like tons of development there.
Well, he's also, I know Andrew McNichol also knows him, and I know he would know better than I, is what I have to say, so I'm so sorry, I can't.
The other question, I appreciate, it's nice to hear beating the bush, to appreciate that, because, I don't know how else, by just having the for lease signs that they have sitting up on, what is it, Green Street for like 2 years isn't working. So, but I was curious as to what are you able to do to beat the bush? Is it a lot of this networking?
It's networking, it's looking at restaurants that are around or even as far up as where I live in the Merrimack Valley, and going, well, would they be a fit for here, and reaching out to their general management and saying, we're open for business here in Reading.
Okay, that's
Have you considered us down in Middlesex County? Things like that. I mean, all of the above, really, because I think that's what it'll take until you find the right one to be. You don't know until it comes up to you.
Right. Thanks.
So, sure.
Can I just ask a quick question? That's more that I just didn't understand. On the Pamplemousse space, did you say they don't have a grease trap?
Yeah.
I assume that had something.
As in a hood and extraction system for a full-scale restaurant.
They didn't do any cooking there.
Got it.
Right.
And is that something that can't be added?
Oh, it absolutely can be. It just represents an extra expense, and so
Got
it's in that sense, it's a little bit more work involved.
That's fine. I was just trying to understand what that meant. Okay, thank you.
Sure. So the Eastern Gateway project, we did have the first public engagement session in December at the Pleasant Street Centre, and we had some good turnout. We had 15 or 20 residents who came around and shared their ideas, their thoughts, their questions, their concerns even. And we have filled out, I believe, eight members of the steering committee. This summer, we've had several meetings of the steering committee. This summer, we will proceed with some focus group sessions with specific groups of people, and then we will follow that in the fall with some broader engagement. So that will be, all of the discrete abutters. It's quite an iterative process. Again, because the town doesn't own these properties, and so we're not saying what should be built there. We're making sure that we're laying the groundwork for what the types of things that residents would like to see there, what would be the ideal uses. So we are working with a design consultant to see for our ideas how they would map onto that, so we can show that to the different stakeholders, so that we proceeds apace. It is a slow iterative process, I think, but it's pretty exciting because the potential for that, 20 plus acres on that north side is really great for the town. So we're still remain pretty excited about that. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, quick question. So one of the things that a number of residents have brought up is that we could use an MBTA stop over there to bring, because we are one of the few in the area that only have one stop. So I understand there's an MBTA meeting coming up, but I want to make sure there's a synergy between what we're trying to do and design over at the Eastern Gateway and everything we need to talk to them about, having them come to the table and invest in Reading, because I don't know who made the decision a long time ago that we only needed one stop, but it really wasn't a good one, and that is a perfect location to have.
Yeah. Indeed, and that's one of the themes in terms of walkability and access was probably one of the top 2 or 3 things that came up in soliciting feedback from the public.
Traffic on that end, and but you could walk to the downtown. Yeah.
Right.
Do you think that we need 2 stops? So you'd keep the Haven Street and have another?
If you think about it, Wakefield has 2, Wilmington
But
has
Wakefield's,
2, Andover has a
Wakefield
couple.
and Melrose have 3, but their parking lots are busting at the seams. Ours are not. I can't see MBTA ever wanting to put 2 there.
Think about what could possibly go there, hundreds of apartments.
Well,
right
I
next
like
to the trains.
moving the train station. I love that idea, but I just don't ever think that we need 2. I don't
That close together.
Yeah, I don't think that they'd ever put 2 that close together.
Well, they did in every other town, but not ours.
Melrose.
Andover.
Melrose has 2.
Wilmington, Melrose.
I don't think those are very close to each other.
Wakefield. Wakefield's smaller than we are.
Wakefield only has 1 stop.
There too.
Oh, no, Greenwood, but it's a good
Pretty far
distance
apart,
from each other.
We've got 2 in Haverhill that are right next to each other, but
Well, this
we're
is
also
what-
50,000 people or 50-something thousand, so we're a little bit,
What would draw from Linfield doesn't have any. So a location over there would draw from Linfield, and North Reading doesn't have any, and they're not getting any. So because I like it because unlike the McDonald's, it's on the edge of the town, so it doesn't necessarily, it wouldn't inundate more traffic here, but it would keep it on the edge of town where it belongs, along with all the other
Well,
commercial.
with regard to that, I would say, yes, it's definitely been mentioned before. It comes up regularly, so I don't think it'll be missed or forgotten. Although it is, it should be part of the conversation, even though it'll be a tough one, I think. The last piece is that southern side of what was the Eastern Gateway development is RMLD, and they are still working through their operations plan. So they have very specific needs. So for the time being, in terms of the Eastern Gateway, the focus is very much on the northern section for us in terms of it'll be the larger impact, if that's how we're to be redeveloped. Lastly, there was a definite through line of saying, you're not taking away the supermarket, right? So that is loud and clear. Obviously, that was never, that's never.
Did they say Market Basket specifically?
Yeah, okay, they did, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
The MB one.
Exactly. So that's exciting work. We'll keep on working on that. Last thing I'll mention is grants. There are no major grants on cycle right now. We have applied for some Commonwealth grants, the one-stop shop for growth grants, relatively minor. We applied for them recently and expect to hear back probably in the fall. And that is all I have for you right now.
Thanks, Melissa. So real quick, one item that you did not bring up that is probably the most critical in the entire town of Reading is Trader Joe's going in Staples.
I'm afraid I don't know, Chris. I do not have any contacts at Trader Joe's.
It's been the rumor mill.
Yeah.
That has been being passed around by Staples employees, so that didn't help.
I wouldn't like to trade in rumors in a public forum, which wouldn't be appropriate, Madam Chair.
I think that if you could potentially influence them to perhaps do it, because the space is very conducive over there and there's lots of parking. But if not, if you can perhaps find out what their ultimate goal is over there, because that is a huge place.
Well, you've understood. You've set the bar quite high in terms of Trader Joe's.
You get Trader Joe's, you'll get a parade down.
I have my marching orders then?
You do.
Okay. Thanks.
I'll throw candy at you.
I'm sorry, were there any other questions?
Does anyone else have a Callaghan?
Sorry.
I have a bigger marching order. Well, I assume the distillery is not going to open, correct? Nothing going on there at all?
I don't have an update on that. I can get one.
Okay.
It's been coming and coming and coming, and so yes, but.
Yeah, there's for over a year now, nothing's going on there. But so I assume he's not going to open or something happened. And then, do you consider the Market Basket Donna's property part of Eastern Gateway or totally separate?
Oh, it's definitely part of the Eastern Gateway. Absolutely, yeah.
Have you been aggressive with Donna's to develop?
I have not been engaged personally. You know, I mean, I know Andrew McNichol has reached out to him. We're right at the phase now where we will be reaching out and engaging with the property owners there.
All right.
But we've held off on that until we have some shape in terms of what the residents, some idea of what the residents would really like, something to engage with, if you like. Does that make sense?
Yes and no, because if you wait too long, he might. I don't expect much there on their own to be initiate something, but I think there's a lot of tax revenue that we're losing by that not being developed properly, like other communities have done. I know it's private property, and you can only do what you can do, but Fidel tried. I'm sure Bob tried. I don't know what Matt's done, but we have you full time. I think you really need to let them know what we're trying to accomplish. I'd like to have a hotel over there. I'd like to have so many things over there that will bring us revenue and bring us people to shop at our restaurants. So again, I know I'm saying what you already know.
To show them the potential and lead the horse to water. And that's
it's very probably the most underutilized property in all of Reading. Thanks.
So I know RMLD, the general manager, has continuing talks with them, so it might be worth your time to just connect with him and see how things are.
Yeah, and that's another absolutely ongoing engagement for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Any public comment? Go ahead, Angela.
Thank you, Angela Bennett, 10 Orchard Park Drive. I do love the new public comment policy. I get to talk right long. I have a question about the policy. I think that we passed something years ago in town meeting about the appearance of buildings, and a question with the dollar store. I see that they have now put something up in the windows, but I think that there's a policy about having see-through glass, that it's not just supposed to be covered, it's supposed to be see-through to make the whole space much more walkable, more inviting, and not just covered up. So I don't know if that's, I spoke to Andrew about this a while ago. I don't know if somebody spoke to them recently, because I do see something in the windows, but I'm wondering, are they aware of the policy? Is the town aware of the policy? And what is going on with that?
I'm not sure that we can go to, I bet Andrew McNichol might be the right person to reach out to on that, or CPDC, but we can follow up with them on that.
Okay, do you have any answer about that?
I'm afraid I don't have an answer other than I'm not sure if it's policy or if it isn't an ordinance, but it would seem that I could think of other examples that would be out of compliance if that were the case.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
because I do think
have
the
to.
town meeting passed it for the purpose of, enlivening the center of town and making it more walkable, making it more attractive, which I do think that came under economic development in the past, to do that. So that would be great if you could.
I can certainly take that back to Andrew and we can let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have public comment? Yeah, sure.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
I believe you talked about Main Street.
Name and address, please.
I'm sorry, Joe Harrington, Franklin Terrace. The former gas station or 128 Tire, whatever it was called. There's a building there now. I'm just wondering, why is that building on the sidewalk? The light pole's right up against it. The handicap ramp, there's no place, there's no way a chair is going to be able to get up that ramp. I'm just wondering, maybe you know, maybe you don't, but I'm wondering why we built a building on the sidewalk. Thank you.
Sure. I'm guessing that's also a CPDC question. Maybe I'm incorrect in stating that.
So.
Yeah. But
It sounds like a setback question.
Yeah, I
It's
do
out
think
of
that's
my
also a
expertise,
CPDC question.
Right.
But thank you for the question. I appreciate it. Does anyone else have any public comment?
Anyone online, Jackie?
No one online.
Thank you so much for this tonight. We really appreciate the update.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
And we are going to move to a public hearing to discuss and vote on our FY26 water, sewer, and stormwater rates. Do we have a motion to open the public hearing? I believe.
It's that thing you were supposed to read.
This thing,
Yes.
which isn't really a motion.
Yeah.
I'm getting used to the link.
It's a posting, I'm sorry. That could be my.
To the inhabitants of the town of Reading, please take notice that the Select Board of the Town of Reading will hold a public hearing on June 10th, 2025 at 7 p.m. in the Town Hall Select Board Meeting Room, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Massachusetts, and remotely via Zoom to approve water, sewer, and stormwater rates for FY26. A copy of the proposed documents regarding these topics will be in the Select Board packet on the website at www.readingma.gov. All interested parties are invited to attend the hearing or may submit their comments in writing to town manager at readingma.gov by order of Matthew A. Cornelis, Esquire, town manager.
Thank you. Do we have a presentation for Matt?
Yes, so we have Matt Abrahams is here again via Zoom. You telling me to? Is here again via Zoom, and I think he's made a few changes to his last presentation. So I'll turn it over to him, and then we can have some questions and discussion. So Matt is on Zoom right now.
Yeah. Hello, good evening, everyone. This is Matt Abraham from the Abrahams Group. We have an updated presentation for you. We were before you 2 weeks back for our initial discussion on water and sewer rates. At the time, we had slides for your review. We have updated that presentation with just a few new slides, but also some slight modifications to the existing slides. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the slides that you've already seen. I'll run through those very quickly, and we'll focus more on the new slides just so you're aware that they're new and can consider those as well. So with your permission, I'll share the slides now.
Yes, please, that'd be great.
Can someone confirm that it's on the screen now for me, please?
Yep, you're good now.
It's there.
Okay. So we're here to talk about water and sewer, the results of our rate study, as well as focus on setting rates for water and sewer for the upcoming fiscal year of FY26. Again, you saw a presentation just like this 2 weeks ago. I can get my slide. Oh, there we go. This slide was part of it last time. I'll run through it very quickly. A four-tier structure was set for water rates. FY24 rates were increased 3.75% for the current fiscal year of FY25. Retainer rates are very healthy. The most recent certification was $5.5 million for water. That's 62-ish% of your budget. Town policy is to target 30%. The MW assessment has increased an average of 5.4% over the past 5 years. Mostly water has been in surplus the last few years. We just saw 2 years of deficit. And as everyone's aware, the budget is usually balanced using retained earnings, meaning that rates don't have to be as high because retained earnings are available to balance the budget. This is a slide on our projections. We covered that last time. I don't feel like we really need to go over it right now. This is a new slide. There was a request from a member of the select board to focus on what the usage estimates were, the usage that we included in our analysis. This slide summarizes that. FY25 projections are based on actual billings for the first 3 quarters of FY25 and the 4th quarter billings from FY24, mainly because when we worked on this, that quarter was not available, so we went back to FY24. That's a total usage of about 704,100 cubic feet. Projections going forward, FY26 and on, we went back to FY22 billings for that, mainly because that was the data that we used when we did the tiers analysis 2 years ago, and we still had that data available in a file rather than recreating a new file. That represents a little bit of a more conservative year, which we do generally like to use with our revenue estimates. That represents 673,100 cubic feet for those years. So 704,100 cubic feet for 25, 603,000 cubic feet for FY26 and on in our projections. Baseline scenario, you saw this last time. The graph has been updated with a new target per se. Even though the town's policy is 30% of the budget or 30% of expenses, industry standard that we tend to focus on is anywhere from 10 to 25%. So we put this little shaded area into the graphs. You'll see this on each of the slides. So that's a updated target based on industry standard, 10 to 25%, but again, we believe town policy is 30%. And you'll also see in each of the tables, this bottom row has been updated with new colors. If you're seeing a green for the percentage, that's above the target. A yellow would be within the 10 to 25%, and red would be anything below that. So you saw this last time. We like to show this just so you can see how far retained earnings can carry the fund without further rate action. And the answer to that is through FY29 barely, but not beyond that. Rate option 1, you saw this last time, but just know you can see that updated graph with the shaded area, 10 to 25%, and the percentages are updated too to see the new colors. So this is a 2.5% increase for 26. This is the rate impact for individuals. We saw that last time. Option 2 is 1.75% in FY26. Again, the rate impact, we saw this last time. Option 3 was 3.25% in FY26. Saw this last time, as well as the rate impact. Option 4 is a new one for your consideration. We thought it made sense based on the current retained earnings balance being as healthy as it is, that we could look at a 0%, which would be no action for FY26. What does that look like? So we believe if you were to do that and then try and get retained earnings to approximate the target by the end of the 10-year look that we're looking at, we would go with a level plan at 2.75% from there. So 0% FY26 results in a projected 2.75% level plan for the other 9 years in the 10-year look that we do. And you can see with the graph's been updated that the blue line, which is the projected retained earnings, does approximate the target by the end of the 10-year period. We don't have a user example to show you because it would be no change. But for option 5, 1%, that means the outlying years could be a little bit lower than the 0% option. 2.5% annually for those 9 years gets the graph to look very similar. And from a user standpoint, we focus on the average residential user the most, somewhere in the $1.72 to $2.57 per bill increase, which is about $7 or $10 annually. That's 1% in FY26. And transitioning now to the sewer slides. Would you like me to pause at this point and talk about water or move on to the sewer slides?
Do we have any public comment on the water rates?
Yes, I will, very quickly.
We're gonna try to keep you to 2 minutes.
I'm gonna keep it to 2 minutes.
I'll time you.
Okay. You know, I've sent out 12 silver, 12 bottom land in writing. I knew I'd have to, I was gonna spend more time, so I sent comments to the entire board on what my opinions are. My basic, what I wanna spend my 2 minutes on is, we have historically high rates in Reading for a number of reasons. One of them is because of the conservative, extremely conservative opinion, the assumptions that we make in setting the rates. The big one is the slide that Matt just showed. For the future 10 years, from 2026 that he projected out to 2034, he took the absolute worst year in the last 5 to 7 years and said that's going to be our volume. When you do that, it raises the rates up and it causes that slide to look worse than it actually will be. What we should be doing is maybe a 5 or 3 year average to forecast what the actual volume is going to be. Right now, we're way over too conservative. That's why we've overcharged residents, and that's why we have, reserves that are about $8 million more than they need to be. So with that, I adjusted for that, and I came up with, my recommended rates for next year for water would be between 0 and -2. And be on sewer, which I know Matt's gonna get to, would be between -3 and -5. And even that -5 on sewer still gets us to a reserve that's at 80, at the same as it is now, 82%. The goal is 30. Well, actually, the question I have is our goal 10 to 30 or is it 30? I always thought it was 10 to 30 because the industry standard that Matt told us about in prior years was 10 to 30. So we should be managing to 10 to 30 and not to 30. So that's basically all I have to say. But I think the real rates, they're close, but the real rates ought to be 0 to -2 and -3 to -5. And we're still going to have big reserves. And so we'll have an opportunity to adjust them further in future years. But to me, those seem to be the right numbers for next year.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate it. Would you like to speak? Yep, you, go ahead, thank you.
My name is Joseph White. I live at 65 Prescott Street. When this first came up several months ago, I went and found all of the records I had for the past 12, 15 years of water bills, just to see how things were changing. And because I had seen almost a doubling in the amount that I pay every time I have to pay for water. So I see making these increases as, well, a bad thing for me. But from what I've understood from other people, they've had much higher rates. And I think that the board should be much more conservative in the rate increases that they make for water bills, regardless of whether, we're being charged more. Apparently we have funds to support covering the differences. I'm not an expert in this. I've only recently started looking at it. But all I can tell you is my rates have increased more than 30%. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Anyone online, Jackie?
No hands online.
Okay, let's continue with sewer, Matt, thanks.
Okay, yep, thank you. So recent history, the 4-tier structure was put in 2 years ago, at the same time that it was put in for water. Last year, this board authorized a 3% increase for sewer rates for the current fiscal year of FY25. The most recent certification for sewer retained earnings, $6.9 million, 93% of the budget. Again, the target being 30%, we believe the town policy to be for target. The MW assessment has decreased an average of 0.5% the past 5 years. Now that I don't really believe is something to assume going forward. We generally see it go up anywhere from 2.4 to 2.8% over a longer period of time. So we have reflected our projections on that rather than what the town has historically seen in the recent past. We only saw 1 year deficit the past 5 years, so that means that the sewer revenues have definitely kept up with expenses, and another reason why we see retained earnings grow the way that they have. Just like with water, the town always uses retained earnings to balance the budget to keep rates down more than they need to. Projection slide, I don't feel like we need to cover this again. This is a lot of detail related to looking forward on sewer. The usage estimates, we did the same calculations, put it together in the same slide like we did for water. The numbers are close enough that I don't feel like I need to go over it, but there are, not all water users are sewer users and vice versa. So the numbers are slightly different, but very similar to the water numbers I presented a little while ago. Baseline scenario, updated the same way as water. You see the range, the 10 to 25, the shaded area, as well as the percentages being updated. Again, this is without rate action, how far the current retained earnings balance can carry the fund. We have that through FY32, but not beyond that. Option 1, 2%. We covered this last time. Option 2, 1.5%. We covered this last time. Option 3, 2.5%. We covered this last time. And just like with water, we now have a 0% option for your consideration for sewer as well. And then we updated the rate plan for the subsequent 9 years in the look. We have that as a 1.75% annually if you were to do a level plan. And you can see that the retained earnings projection works its way down to the target by the end of the 10-year look. Under this scenario, option 5, just like with water, 1% for your consideration. Do 1%, that means that the subsequent years will be a little bit lower than the slide before, which we have as 1.5% annually, and a very similar trajectory on the graph that we saw on the slide before. And for the user impact, we have the hours residential as $1.63 to $2.43, which is $6.50 to about $10 annually. And Madam Chair, those were all the slides we had for this evening, so happy to take questions or comments at this time.
Do we have any public comment on the sewer topic? Any public, oh, sorry, go ahead, Angela, sorry.
Thank you, Angela Binda. How many people have applied for the second water meter?
I don't have an updated number. Chris might.
So to date, we've had 161 applications and 122 second meters have been installed.
Great, thank you, appreciate it.
And do you have any idea what the offset will be and what that will be, you know, to other bills, like what the offset will be for that amount of money that will be?
I'm not sure what you're.
I think she means with the residents that have the second water meters, they won't be paying that part of their sewer bills. I think that's what you mean, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
I don't know if Chris has that answer.
Do you
or
have
Matt
any
might have
idea
that
how
answer.
much and what that will be?
I mean, it's all dependent on the usage. You know, whatever they use for outside irrigation, that amount in sewage.
But we don't know that yet
we don't
because
know.
it has,
Correct.
okay. And do you know what expected offset that will be for that amount of money to other sewer payers would be? Or we don't know that yet?
I don't know that. I'm not sure if Sharon might have any info. I'm not sure on that.
But there will be an offset. There will be a cost to the other ratepayers. And in other towns, is the amount that is assessed for people with second water meters, from what I understand, that's significantly higher than regular sewer. Is that right? The rates, I've seen that the rates for the second meters are significantly higher than the regular meters.
It varied greatly when we did the water meters, it varied greatly by town.
Okay, but most, I did look at them and they were
some, but
a lot
some
of them
didn't at all. Some had no difference in the rates. I believe.
No, I do believe they were. So I do hope that the town takes that into consideration, the offset to the people who don't have the second water meters.
Okay. Does anyone else have public comment on sewer?
Just the last point on the offset.
You just gotta come up, Paul, up here, I'm sorry. So the,
So point of order, our select board policy is that public comments, we don't interact, but we don't answer.
this is also a public hearing, not just regular public.
The only quick point is on the offset, there is an offset on sewer. But as the irrigators water their lawns more, the town will make more profit, and that's gonna drive the water rates down for everybody, including those that don't water their lawns. So there's an offset in the water rates for just for everybody, not just those who are watering their lawn.
The town doesn't get a profit for using more water.
But everyone else's rates go down.
No, it actually doesn't get a profit for using more water.
Actually, we do.
That's
That's where retained funds come from, but okay. Does anyone else have public comment? Anyone online?
No one online.
All right, we'll close the public hearing. Move to vote.
Move to close the hearing regarding the FY26 water, sewer, and stormwater rates.
Second.
Karen seconded. All in favor? Thank you.
Now, discussion of the board. Chris, go ahead.
Thanks, Melissa. For me, I've learned more about water in the last year than my prior 3 years voting on this. And I don't want to say that I've been naive and just going 2.5% or whatever number looks good, but the water rates have been really eye-opening, particularly this time around, that I did not really pay attention to the sewer to see that we were at 90%. I didn't know that the town was 30%, perhaps everywhere else is 10 to 30 or 10 to 25 or whatever. So it's really eye-opening to see when you scale up sewer. Like obviously we have, the money for days in sewer, but we can't mix them both. So the other point on the, just real quick, Chris. So how many households are in Reading that have water meters? Is it like 9,800 or something, or what are we at for numbers?
I thought the number was around like 8,000 or 9,000. I don't have the exact number.
So roughly around 8,000 or 9,000.
I think it's 9,000, somewhere in that 9,000 range.
So 122 people taking advantage of second meter is pretty minuscule to nothingness at this point. In terms of water numbers, it's when you get to thousands of people. So I guess where I'm at on this is my baseline is starting at 00 for both of these for the first time ever, and heavily favoring reducing the sewer by either 1%, 2%, 3%, whatever. Because when you scale that out, like 2032, we're still at like some ridiculous high number. So I think it's safe to say to have, we're not going to put this on future select boards. We're not going to say, we're going to go -5 on both and someone else's problem 3-5 years from now. So for me, I kind of want to keep it in that 3 to 5 year range, not a 10-year. It's good to see it, but my decision is going to be based off the 3 to 5 year scenario. So with that, I would be proposing 00s and then moving backwards on sewer off of that. Water, I understand that we'd be above this number, the ratios that are in there, but I still understand that the water, unexpected events, we need capital for something. Like these kind of things can creep up, but sewer, forget about it. Like that's just free money essentially that we're just keeping from people. So that's where I'm at on this. Is my starting point is both zeros.
Karen? Thank you. Thank you, Matt, for this analysis. Appreciate the hard work. So I would like to propose as a future agenda item that we take a look at this standard of 30% we're using and discuss moving to a more realistic industry standard. We have a pretty long runway in retained earnings. I agree with Chris. I am comfortable looking out 5 years and beyond that. It's not very meaningful. So it's a good position to be in. So that's a good news with our retained earnings of both water and sewer. I would also like to stick with the zero, no change options on both water and sewer for this year. I am wanting to bring in the runway for retained earnings for sewer, but I do want to know the impact of all of these second water meters. So I think it would be better to be cautious this time, and I know everyone will appreciate no rate increases for the first time in recent memory. And, we have an upcoming meeting with the MWRA, and we're going to push hard and see if we can get some further well-deserved help from them, and that could change the picture for next year as well. So that's where I am.
Any other comment? Karen?
So I am new to the water thing, and I've spoken to a lot of people, and I've learned an awful lot. And I'm pretty conservative, and I like looking out 10 years. And Chris gave me all kinds of spreadsheets to look at and all of the plans and projects that we either have in the pipeline or we're thinking of having in the pipeline. So I'm a little conservative in the sense that 0 sounds lovely, but I'm guessing I would aim more. Sewer, definitely 0. I think we can ride out for a couple of years at a very, very low rate, but water, I'm still a little nervous about because we're not quite sure how much rain we're gonna get and how much we're not gonna water our lawns this year. I did Google that, so we're not supposed to have a rainy summer, so maybe we'll be able to water our lawns, I don't know. I'm not comfortable 0 both. I think I'm probably more comfortable with 1 for water and 0 for sewer, and we can readjust it every year, but I do still like the 10 years out, because there's a lot of things on this spreadsheet that, you know, there's data below the data below the data that I don't think everybody's really, it's really hard to find unless you're gonna go talk to 5 different people and get all the 5 different informations from people, so I'm hesitant to not have any increase in water.
Yeah, I'm okay with 0 and 0 this year.
I also agree with 0. I think we need to give our residents a break. Our retained earnings are very high. So if most of us are semi in agreement, do you want to take a vote? Do we have a motion to do a vote? If we want to start with.
I think if I could, just on the sewer, like, so I understand perhaps we're in agreement on the 0% on water. Is there any appetite for the board to go to minus 1% on sewer for this year, or how do we feel on that? Yeah, but I do appreciate Karen's comments on the rain situation and actually understanding that this does impact our water and sewer rates, because the more rain that we get, the less that we water, which means it costs us more money. So we need the driest summer possible. So more people spend money, and then like that's the way that it goes. We get water for like $3.50 and sell it for $14 or something. I do that every day of the week. Shark Tank me up. We Mark Cuban not on there anymore. He'd vote for it. So I guess, is there any appetite to go down on sewer from anybody beyond the 0?
I consider -1.
I would too, especially because we only have 122. I think if we were closer to that 500 mark on the water meters, I would just kind of want this year to ride out just to see where we're going to stand. But yeah, I would agree with negative on the sewer.
I could do that.
I prefer a -5%. This is.
Oh, whoa, Karen, whoa. What is going on here?
Are we getting recorded?
0.5. My mistake. Freudian slip.
Okay. Well, can we do this as separate motions, or do we have to do it all as one?
We can do it separate.
Do you want to start with water, where I feel like, well, Karen,
They are separate.
Oh, they are separate, okay. If we want to start with a motion for the water rates at 0% change, we could start there.
Is that what you have to fill in on your form, or what do you have?
So there's actually, a dollar amount given the tiers. So based on what you're saying, I'd ask Sharon or Matt to help us calculate that. So for example, last year, the first tier was $11.15. Would it stay the same exactly?
Yeah. 0. Yeah.
So that's
Same
okay.
0% change
Great.
there.
Okay, so I can give you these on water if you want to just read these amounts with the. Yep.
I forgot we have tiers.
I guess while she's doing that, Matt Abrahams, if you want to work on a -1 projection as a starter, and we'll go from there.
Move to set the FY 2025 water rate at the following rates.
25 or 26?
26, but I gave her 25 because you're using the same. Sorry.
I take that back.
Yeah.
Move to set the FY 2026 water rate at the following rates. 11.15 per 100 cubic foot with usage between 0 to 1,000 cubic feet. 12.14 per 100 cubic feet with usage between 1,001 and 2,501 cubic feet. 12.45 per 100 cubic feet with usage between 2,501 to 4,000 cubic feet. 12.97 per 100 cubic feet with usage between 4,001 and above cubic feet. Minimum quarterly bill of $22.30 effective with December 2025 billing.
Second. Karen seconded. All those in favor?
Any discussion?
Oh, any discussion, I apologize. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor? All those opposed? 4-1.
Okay.
Move on and have a discussion on sewer now. I just figured if we could
Does
scratch.
Matt have the table ready yet?
I don't know. Matt, were you able to get a table for the -1 or -0.5?
Which would you like to see? I could do either, or I could do both, I guess.
Why don't we go to the extreme first? Let's do -1 for now, and then we can.
So
Thank you.
what are you interested in knowing what the rates would be?
Yeah, or what the projection would look like with -1 on sewer, if possible.
Yeah, so your slides that you've done where it's your option 4, option 5. Now we're doing option 6, I guess, with that kind of thing.
If possible.
Yeah, so I'm sharing my Excel file that I used for this. I just threw together a quick option 6 for you while I was listening to the discussion. So this is the same exact information that you saw on the slide. It's just in an Excel file instead. You can see, can you see this okay? Can you just?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's the -1 right here under FY '26. I adjusted the rate plan in the subsequent years just because I want to get the blue into the orange. I mean, you might know that by now based on working with me. So if you go a little bit lower in year 1, that means presumably you go a little bit higher in the subsequent year. So I went with 2% and needed to do that in order to get the blue into the orange by the end of the 10-year look. If you want to focus on what the rates would be, you're right here with the 1% decrease.
Okay.
Got it. I mean, even at a quick 5-year look, you're still at 61%. I guess that's increasing 2% over the other years. Okay. Any discussion?
Yeah, so,
Oh, sorry. Go
right,
ahead,
that's
Matt.
correct. So these numbers that you see here in this table reflect the rate increases that are just above it.
Yeah, okay.
I guess for me, are you able to change FY '27, '28, '29 and make them all zeros across the board so we can see what this number really looks like if we don't do any increases? Okay, so it starts to,
Not even until 2031.
well, we want to stay between 10 and 30, so that's in 2031. Oh, yeah, you just mentioned that. Okay. I don't know.
Okay.
So, so that's all zeros you just did right now?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah, so the only rate change currently in the 10 years that I have here is just the -1 for 26 and then no action after that.
I'm good with the -1.
Any other input?
So can I just clarify again, are broken sewer lines getting funded out of retained earnings, or is that a separate account?
Well, we have our expense budget for sewer repairs, so that's what we currently use each year.
So we have unexpected sewer repairs, we usually hear from the town manager that we're gonna need more from retained earnings.
Yeah, if there's anything that the expense budget will not cover, then we'd have to do a request out of retained earnings.
Okay, and can you remind us how many old sewer lines we have in town?
We have 100 miles of road, so probably around that number in sewer miles.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with doing this in 1 year. I would be open to doing another next year because we don't know which of our 100-year-old water lines are gonna break, and I prefer not to have to turn around and do a massive increase next year to make up for it.
So what do you?
So I would be more comfortable at 0 or the -0.5, not going, I just, to your point at the beginning, rather be conservative. This is gonna be great. Not having 0 for both water and sewer is gonna be fantastic. I don't wanna overshoot the mark, and we got a lot of old sewer and water lines. Thanks, Chris.
Any other comments? Karen, do you have anything?
I guess, sorry.
I apologize.
I guess to Karen, I'm not gonna argue over a 0.5% if we can all agree with it going down -0.5, and I guess I'm okay with that.
I actually am opposite of that. I think that we should go down -1. I mean, even if we go down -1, we still have 86.7% in retained earnings for FY '27. That's a 0% increase that year, and 96% this year if we go down -1. So I'm not concerned if, God forbid, we needed to use some of those retained earnings for emergency situations. So I would still support a -1% drop in the sewer rates.
Same here. For this year.
Yeah. Do we want to do a motion?
Do you have the sewer? No, she doesn't have
I
the
don't
sewer
have it.
rates at a -1.
Just right there, she can't see him.
They're on the screen if that's helpful.
I don't
just
know.
highlighted it.
But
I'll
what is
just write
that
'em right
for? Is
down.
that for 0 or is that -1?
I'm gonna write them over there.
I think it's minus.
That's -1, and it's starting at $10.40, 11.37. Okay, Jane has.
Good luck with my handwriting.
Hey, I've seen much worse.
Move to set the FY 2026 sewer rate at the following rates. I take that back. 10.40?
10.4.
10.40 per 100 cubic feet with usage between 0 to 1,000 cubic feet. 11.37 per 100 cubic feet with usage between 1,001 to 2,501 cubic feet. 11.73 per 100 cubic feet with usage between 2,501 to 4,000 cubic feet. 12.24 per 100 cubic feet with usage between 4,001 and above cubic feet. Minimum quarterly bill of, I don't have anything in there.
Minimum quarterly bill, Matt, do you have something? What it would be? For Sharon?
I don't know how to calculate that. Sharon, can you help me out with that? How do we calculate the minimum?
Just for the rates. The rest is just.
To be determined would be good.
27?
They don't calculate that at a minimum.
Minimum quarterly bill of, to be determined effective with the December 2025 billing.
Second.
Chris seconded. All those in favor?
Any discussion?
Oh, sorry. Any discussion?
So remind me what this is?
This is
This
the
is
motion.
-1.
Yeah, -1,
Okay.
correct.
Sewer
-1.
rates -1, yes, sorry.
A lot of back and forth.
No discussion. All those in favor? All those opposed? 3-2. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
All right, great. Thank you. Have a great night.
You too.
And we usually set the stormwater rate at this time too. It's been $60 per unit for the last several years. We're not asking for any increase there. Chris could answer any questions on it, but I think it's pretty straightforward.
So,
Yeah, currently it's $60 per year. It's been that way since FY '29.
are you spending
FY '19.
all, or?
Right now in the capital, we typically spend about 200,000 per year on stormwater projects, whatever we need around town. It's adequate at the moment.
Okay.
Unless Sharon wants to add in anything.
We can't hear you, Sharon.
I need it.
Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yep,
Yes.
you're good now.
I don't see any need for any increase for stormwater for next year.
Can I ask a more pointed question? Moving into a new fiscal reality, is there money in there that could be better allocated somewhere else or given back to the ratepayers? Could we do a lower rate?
I mean, we spend all, the 200,000 each year that we, on different projects that were allocated, so.
I wouldn't recommend it just because our expenses in every fund go up every year. So taking revenue away from stormwater where we haven't increased it in years, that would not be an area I would recommend to take money away.
Thank you.
Do we have, in the stormwater fund, do we have an excess amount and we just use 200 a year, or do we just have the 200?
What do you mean in terms of?
So in the fund, what rolls over every year? Maybe that's a better way to put it. Is there an amount?
We have, let me look up and tell you what the number is. We have reserves for stormwater that have been accumulated over time. I don't remember off the top of my head what they are. Hold on a second.
While Sharon's looking at that, I can tell you that for FY '25, we have the regular 200,000 for normal projects. But there's an additional 100,000 there for our consultant to reanalyze the master plan for stormwater. So we'll probably, be identifying future projects, coming from that as well.
Got it. And that's rolling into our big master plan? Or is that a separate master plan?
We have a lot of plans. Yep. So it's part of the overall sort of what you would see in a master plan, but we have these plans that run kind of concurrently.
Got it. Okay. Just looking to see what was in that fund.
So stormwater has $800,000 in reserves.
Not a lot.
No, sorry.
I wouldn't say.
I
wouldn't
question,
say
but
it
like
would
what
be
type of projects are considered stormwater projects that fund can fund?
Sure, so if there's, so if we have neighborhoods that are flooding, it may mean increasing the size of the pipes, the drainage pipes that are running through, issues with like dredging out some of the brooks, to create more, flow in them and so forth, rebuilding some of the drainage infrastructure, manholes, catch basins.
Okay, great.
Things like that.
Anyone else have any other questions? Oh, Karen.
Thank you. Is there anything catastrophic that can happen with stormwater? Do you know what I mean?
Flooding. That's about it.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Do we have a motion?
Move to set the FY 2026 stormwater rate at $60 per year per unit, 3,210 square feet per year to be billed quarterly effective with the December 2025 billing.
Any discussion?
Second.
I'm sorry. Seconded by Chris. Any discussion? I was ahead of myself there. All those in favor? 5-0.
All set. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you,
Thanks, Matt.
everyone.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, absolutely.
So knowing that water and sewer is so super complicated, and I thought maybe at a future meeting we could talk about maybe coming up with a water sewer advisory committee that could meet a couple times a year with Chris and the consultant and anyone that has, really good knowledge so they can pull all the information from places. I know we have a lot of committees, but I think that would be a good thing for us to do so that we're not cramming a few months before we do this.
Not a terrible idea.
We have that. His name is Paul.
We'd like to use Paul in a more professional capacity.
Okay, we're gonna move.
Yeah, we can add that to future
Okay.
agendas for you.
We are going to go to discuss and vote to approve the intermunicipal agreement for regional assessors through June 30th of 2028.
Yeah, so this is the agreement we have with Linfield and Wakefield to share assessing services. So I think you all know Victor Santaniello, who comes to discuss the tax rate every year. We've been operating under this system for several years in terms of an IMA and shared responsibilities. It does save us money. And so I've received this from the town manager in Wakefield. His board is going to approve it, and also the Linfield board for a term to, like you said, go to 2028. So I've consulted with Sharon, with Victor. Things seem to be working well under this scenario. If we were to hire our own assessor and have all that cost in terms of benefits and whatnot, it would be more of a cost to us. And Victor is number one in his field in the state. We really get the best out of this. So I would ask that we approve it and move forward with the agreement.
Any discussion within the board on this?
No, pretty standard.
Yep.
We have a motion.
Public.
Oh, does anyone have any public comment on this matter, agenda item? Anyone on Zoom, Jackie?
Nope, no one on Zoom.
Great, thank you. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve the intermunicipal agreement among the towns Reading, Wakefield, and Linfield for the Director of the Assessing Department through June 30th, 2028 as presented.
Second. Karen seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? 5-0. All right, and now we are on to discuss and vote on Select Board Policy Article 1, Section 1.4 Communication. Yes, Carla?
I have a question on this agenda item. Is the only change the change in red that I see?
Yes, so the change in red is what it was previously in 2021. So this is just adding it back. So in 21, we removed it, and this is to add it back.
All right, just to save a lot of time so the board knows where I stand on this, I am 100% against this. So hopefully that will shorten our discussion. So that's where I stand. We got rid of it for a reason. I never want it back, ever. And it made the board function better in that regard, anyway. It was just weaponized, and that was one of the best votes I ever took, other than hiring our town managers and stuff. But that was a blessing, getting rid of that. So I don't want to see it back.
Does anyone else have any input? Karen?
Oh, it's up there. Oh, this one. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. It is. It's in our packet on page
I'm trying to find
71.
it.
Thank you.
So I guess since I wasn't here, why are you so strongly against it?
Because it was used as a weapon. So emails, between social media and the emails, then our next meeting, they would use the previous emails to attack a person, and they'd be in the packet. And then it would go to the rant, it would go to RPN, and it'd be a circle of, I can't say the words out loud, and it would come back to us, and it was just wasn't good. It wasn't good. Karen can attest to that, hopefully, but it was not a good scenario.
Karen, sorry.
Yep, I concur with Carla 100%. It was toxic, and it removed a lot of toxicity from our meetings.
Oh, I guess I'll just continue. I'm sorry.
I apologize.
No. I guess I just think if I understand the whole toxicity thing of it, but I think that there's a big portion of the residents that send emails to the general mailbox that are never really presented to the public. And so I think a lot of people have a lot of really good things to say in some emails that I've seen lately. I know nothing about the toxicity stuff, but I think that I would like there to be a way for those emails to be seen by the public, because a lot of people either can't show up here or they're uncomfortable speaking in front of people, and that's their way of communicating. And if it's just us that see it, I think it's hard to relay the emotions that are behind some of the emails. So that's what I would like to address in a way to try and capture that resident that's not being heard.
If I may, just more of the discussions that we had at the time. So all of these emails that come in, they are a public record. They are maintained in the clerk's office. People can go and request them. What I think I saw happen was then just a shift back to maybe where public opinions belong, which is like letters to the editor. And we still see stuff on social media.
Okay.
And those were some of the discussions we had. But to your point, they're absolutely public documents. They come in and they can be accessed. And in fact, Ms. Binda was heavily involved in those discussions. And I seem to remember you asking lots of questions about how easy they were going to be able to access, because back in the old days, you used to go to, sorry, I'm speaking out of turn. A number of residents would go to the town clerk's office and say, "Can I have the binder, Laura? Let me look at it."
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Melissa. My mindset is where Karen Rose Gillis was at, that, there's the good and the bad. And in order to be the more transparent of the boards, not saying that prior ones were, but I was going for the maximum time and availability for residents to participate. Because going to a discussion and vote on everything, like we did the Juneteenth proclamation, that was a discussion and vote. We didn't have a previous discussion on this. We did discussion and vote, and nobody challenged that for some reason. So that's the kind of mindset that I'm in.
I'm sorry, could you just repeat that? I got lost.
So we didn't do a discussion, we didn't do a separate discussion on the Juneteenth proclamation. We just did discussion and vote all in one. When previous boards that we've been a part of, it's always a discussion one meeting and then vote at the next. So what I had ultimately changed with collaboration from Melissa is discuss and vote at the same meeting on every item. And in order to do that, I wanted to add public comment to all of the agenda topics so people could participate then, as well as see about putting the emails back in the packet so those could be public record for those topics as well for people who could not participate in the public comment portion. I wanted the maximum amount of availability possible that the public would weigh in on. And I understand Carlo's concerns about it being weaponized. I just disagree wholeheartedly with a bunch of emails that we received today, obviously specifically about me. But I still think, even with that, that I would want them to go back, or some quasi Karen Rose Gillis scenario of how do we use stuff that is productive to our benefit, and who is the gatekeeper of what is productive? Because me and you might have different opinions. I say it goes in, and now I'm making all the rules, and then we're just hashing this out. So we kind of have to be on the same page on this. I don't want to see any board members attacked. I don't want to see this publicized and doing all this. I agree. I want the good. And how do we get the good? That's what I want. Or constructive feedback on agenda topics, on water rates or liaison reports, anything. I want something constructive on there that will, Arcadia Avenue people could have sent stuff in. You know what I mean? That is an example of being super beneficial that would have helped us. If nobody came here tonight, what are we going to base this on? We need something. And if that isn't this, then, I'll concede that it isn't. And, we'll put it to a vote, is what it is. So that's just what I'm at. I want the good. I understand the bad comes with it, but I think it far outweighs it. Even though the real ultimate reason why these emails were removed from the packet ended up relating to me and the situation that was happening. Karen, you might disagree, but there was one person in town.
Specifically mentioned, I'm sorry to interrupt. I mean, it's not just you.
No,
It was multiple board members.
it's a one problem person that hasn't been a problem person in 3.5 years since this changed. And I agree. I don't want to see you attacked. I don't want to see me attacked. I think that is not productive. That we can have conversations like this. Like I'm agreeing with Karen Rose Gillis right now. This vote might go 2-3. Nobody could have predicted this. That's the point. So I want the good. I don't want the bad. But we just got to do something.
And yeah. So the other thing, this is something that we haven't really discussed changing our policy to discuss and vote on the same night, but I would be totally open to willing to talk about, maybe things like resolutions we can get done in one night, and maybe we don't need to apply it 100%, but I'm concerned, we spent multiple nights the last time we updated our policies, and I'm happy to do it more, but this concerns me having to make this kind of decision in one night. Because back in 2021 or whenever we did it, it was multiple discussions.
I'm just gonna say that I am, I see the good and the bad with this, and this is a hard vote for me because I really want the emails in the packet because I think it's good for residents to be able to see what is being discussed and what other residents may be speaking up about. So I really do want them in the packet, although I know that it could go sideways quickly, and that's really unfortunate. This is going to be a hard vote for me because I do like the openness of residents be able to email the board, and then also those being placed in the packet. So, but I don't want what happened in 2021, 2022 to happen again because it was terrible. So, we can move to does anyone else on the board want to speak?
I just want to say it's not that often that myself and Karen Herrick agree on something. I just want to point that out.
100%.
And I am very adamant. I know Karen Rose Gillis is new, but trust me, this is bad.
I know, but I'm not on Facebook, so,
Well,
Well, you'll get a dose.
Trust me, it increases the LTEs, it increases the toxicity in town that already exists. it just increases everything. And the fact that Karen and I are 100% on board with not putting this back should say something without saying something. So that's all I'm imploring. I really am very adamant against this, as much as I preach to the public. And we are free to mention emails that we get at any time we want. They're public documents. We can say so-and-so sent an email and has this concern. What we haven't done in a while, it's kind of related to this, is we started this Google spreadsheet with the town manager on things that needed to be addressed, like problems, issues, potholes, broken traffic light, whatever. And we get those emails. Those are the emails that are important. We forward them to the certain town departments. The emails just don't sit in our inboxes. They get forwarded to the appropriate people. So that stuff gets done. So if we can go back to when residents have a concern or a complaint that is town-related, not attacking us, is that we need to know, is that been resolved? We started this process 2 years ago, I think, with Fidel?
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
And then we let it fall by the wayside. So that would be a good way to keep up with things for us and for staff, because a lot of things falls through the cracks. How many emails have we gotten in your short tenure? Oh, I addressed this concern several months ago and it went nowhere. I addressed this concern 8 months ago and I'm still dealing with it. So we need to be on top of this stuff. And unfortunately, this does not solve it. I mean, what we're trying to accomplish. I get the goal here. I totally get it. And if it wasn't toxic, I fully support this. I want the residents to be heard, but they can come here, they can keep sending us emails, and if it goes 3-2 in favor, just buckle up. Wait till election season comes. Then you'll regret it. Trust me, you'll regret it. I'm only looking at you because you're on the fence, maybe. I don't know. I'm not singling you out, but come election season, you're going to regret it if you vote yes.
Go ahead, Matt.
Great, yeah. Could I just say, so Jackie and I are both on the same email list as the select board gets. So when there are issues, we react proactively to try to get ahead of those as soon as we see the emails. Some emails are just, them saying things that don't require any action, but if there's an issue at DPW or something, I forward those myself to the department, or Jackie does as well. So they're not just, collecting somewhere with nobody taking action on it. Just want to make sure that was clear.
I think we encouraged people to start using C-Click Fix.
And that's
Because
true
we were
as well,
trying to track them
yeah.
in a spreadsheet and that was not easy or effective, but C-Click Fix, as far as I know, people are not calling and complaining their things aren't getting addressed, and sometimes they're very complimentary about how fast they are addressed.
Correct.
Potholes
We
especially.
encourage that.
All right. Oh, sorry.
Thanks, Melissa. I guess polling the pulse of the board, how does everybody feel about Carlo's updated recommendation? I'll take this back to a future meeting in the future. If everyone's in agreement, we'll hash out the language for a next meeting. But is everyone good with a list of issues that have to be addressed by the town manager so we all know? Because I know as my role of secretary, I'm kind of involved in that, and I always would know that I'm responding to the emails. But currently, as the chair, unless Matt brings something to my attention, I'm in the dark on the 200 emails we've received since you've been secretary. So I think that maybe we go down that road of having the spreadsheet that this concern was addressed, this concern was addressed, so the full board knows, and then the public knows that there's something with Arcadia Ave or some other pertinent issue. I guess, how does everyone feel about maybe doing that, and we'll hash out the language for the next meeting?
I personally like that idea, so I'd love to see that on a future agenda.
We already have it. Just got to bring it back.
Well, we need some language.
Oh, yeah.
It's on the fly and people are rating.
It's not on the agenda now, so.
So I think if people are in agreement with that, then that's the avenue to
Talking about a
go.
feedback.
Correct, yeah. Whatever was done prior, where we did get that list that had this person checked, resolved, forwarded over to so-and-so, I would be okay with that.
Okay, let's talk about it. Yep, let's put it on a future agenda.
Okay, so I'll work in collaboration with Carlo, and we'll deal with it all.
Because you can still use C-Click Fix, we're not
Correct,
using it
yeah,
to its
yeah.
capacity, because I don't want staff having to type up Excel spreadsheets, that doesn't work.
Yeah,
Okay, now let's go to a motion.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I
so
don't
we need
think
a
we have
motion.
to.
So what is the motion?
Well,
There's
it
no
says we have to
motion.
vote. Are you sure? We don't?
Yeah, no, we're not gonna.
Oh, it's just discussing?
If you don't make any changes, you don't have to vote right now. I just put it in just in
Great.
case.
All right, we'll just put it on for a future agenda.
Great.
Okay. All right.
Comment?
Oh,
Sure, we can have public comment if you'd like.
Can you put that back, please?
Yeah.
Thank you,
I
Angela.
apologize.
Precinct 5. I just want to point out a few things in the language. Electronic correspondence sent to the whole select board shall be included.
So this would have been the new language, just so we're clear that we're not saying we're gonna move forward with.
Yeah, I know, but
Okay,
you
just
also
wanted-
said we're coming back with adjusted language. So it says, next meeting, if the communication specifically pertains to an approved agenda item for that meeting. That's really specific. So that means that if a person sends in a letter that is not necessarily to that agenda, it might be to the last one, it might be coming up into meetings, that the chair has the discretion to just not include it.
I actually think that we're saying that we're probably not gonna do any of that, and what we're gonna do is more of a loop with problems. With the town manager.
Exactly, and what I'm trying to do is say, these are the things that I want you to think about if you come up with new language. So these are things that, next meeting, communication, that is too specific, and I don't like the idea that the chair has the ability to just say, this letter goes in, this letter does not go in. I agree with Mr. Bocci that it became really weaponized. When town folk talk about transparency, and I've had a conversation with the chair, Mr. Haley, about transparency, people want to know what other people are thinking. When I, as a town folk, want to see transparency, I want to see transparency in my select board members and how you are making decisions. It doesn't mean that I need to know what everybody else is thinking. I can ask them, I can ask you, did you get a lot of letters? I mean, I've asked select board members, did you get a lot of letters? Yes, I got 5 letters in favor, I've got 100 letters against. So I'm weighing that. I want to know what the select board members are thinking. I don't need to know what everybody else is. And yes, Ms. Rose Gillis, it is very easy to find those letters, and the town clerk might make them even more available without a public records request. So transparency has to do with your thought process, which I hope you consider letters when you get them. Transparency doesn't mean that I need to read each one of them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Sorry, I knew I saw you back.
Really fast, Nancy, Dr. Colster. I've shared this with Chris as well. Please do not put these back. I love letters to the editor, okay? Love them, love them, love them. But there's other means to express them. Please do not put this back in the package.
Thank you. Any further comment from the public? Anyone online, Jackie? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Linda Snowdoctor, Beaver Road, just a quick question. And I hear you that you're just reconsidering the language, but there are people that would be potentially sending you hard copies, not necessarily electronic. So I would hate to exclude generations who aren't necessarily using their computers to correspond with you. So I just question only electronic correspondence being considered for the packet. So I just wanted to make sure that it would include any correspondence. Thank you.
well, my comment is just we are completely scrapping all of this, and no parts are being taken from anything. It's just a completely separate pulse of the board of putting, the checks and balances that were used to be in the packet. We'll hash it out, but none of that is being used. And I agree with Angela, it shouldn't be up to my discretion at all. I disagree that it should be up to me whether or not I do something on this, even though it should be. I don't think that it should, and so we're scrapping the whole thing.
Okay, we're gonna move on. Okay. We're gonna go to discussion on select board hours, office hours, which is in our policy and procedures. I just recently read. So if anyone has any feedback on what they think of that, go ahead, Karen.
So funny, before I had read my binder when I started, I thought I was gonna do office hours. And then I looked in the binder and said, oh, we already have office hours. And then I found out that we don't really do the office hours. So I was gonna do them anyway,
Yeah.
but I'm very happy to see it here. So I don't have to do them alone. But if I could make a suggestion, if we do decide to have office hours, I do think that we need to alternate the times, sometimes during the day and sometimes in the evening, 7 to 8 or something, because people work, people, I just want us to keep that in mind.
I agree, totally agree.
Thanks, Melissa. I think the overall goal for this discussion item is each one of us would pick a month. And then, if you want to do 1 to 3, Pleasant Street Center, 7 to 8 at the library, feel free. Jackie will make a infographic on, Karen Rose Gillis will be here on this for the month of July. There was a cool infographic before. It was like July, August, September, so it showed all of our office hours, so everybody knew. So I think this is up, essentially, which month does everyone want? And if you want to start in June, feel free, or we can just go July and everyone else picks what month they want. And I'll go last. So that's kind of.
Sorry, Chris, Carla had something.
Thanks. I've been on the board for over 5 years now. We've tried this off and on for 5 years. It's a total waste of time. I will meet with anyone. I've met with people and residents at Cafe Nero, wherever they want to meet. I'm not going to waste 2 hours of my time for one person to come. I'm just not going to do it.
Can I give feedback?
Sure.
I love the idea of office hours. I do wish more residents would show up to them because I know even when you're campaigning, I don't know if you did any coffees, but not many people show up. But I don't think you need to do 2 hours. I think that's excessive. I think if you did an hour once or twice a month, it would be nice to have to offer that to residents, is my opinion. I'm with you. I hope people and residents take advantage of those times and come and, meet and chat. And, I feel like most of us at any time would meet with residents otherwise, but I would like to see it come back. I think it's a great way for residents to have a voice.
Good luck.
But I do think 2 hours is excessive.
An hour is too much.
Yeah. We got a book. You'll be fine.
It's in our policy, so we should do it. Otherwise, we should remove it from the policy. And I'm fine with, that's why I said pick a month, then you pick the day. It's up to your discretion. You take care of it with the town manager's office. It is what it is. 100 people show up, fantastic. None, you don't check Facebook, Karen. So I don't know what else you're gonna do. Crossword puzzle, whatever you feel like.
I picked May of 26.
It's gotta be in order. We gotta do this reasonably. There's gotta be some cohesiveness to this, Carl.
I think consistency is hugely important.
Gotta be
So
consistent,
they have
Karen.
to know that every third Thursday, somebody's gonna be somewhere. I think that once it's a habit,
Yeah,
it's easier.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
So who wants to start off?
I'll start off.
In June or July?
June's been a very busy month for me. I
Okay.
just have to let you know.
You've had many hours.
I'll do June. I just don't know when yet.
I'd say Joe.
So you'll
I'll
do
do
June.
June and July if you want me to do June and July. Because I'm not going away. Oh, no, I might be. Sorry.
Well, that's it. Then you can't,
I think it more makes sense. So if it went June, July, August, September, October, we don't do the holidays kind of thing or something like that. Whatever everyone feels like.
I will look at my schedule and get back to you.
So do we want to,
Does everybody want to look at their schedule and let Matt know what month is
Yeah,
best?
maybe that would be,
how about that? Yeah.
if we could do that, that would be
But
fantastic.
it has to be before the next meeting.
That's fine.
We have to, because I know we did the doodle poll for the retreat. It hasn't happened yet. That's we never had a doodle poll for any times on that. But we need to have times done by the next meeting. Everyone has to put them in, and then they got to start making the graphic and advertising.
I like it. Does anyone in the public, or does anyone else on the board have any comment?
Yeah, I will not be doing office hours.
Great, Carl. Amazing.
Yeah, anyone, and residents are able to reach me on my cell phone, and I'm always available. And
Same here.
I like to do an office hour when I can associate it maybe with something that I'm already going to at the library or the Pleasant Street Center. Otherwise, I have the same concern of Carlo. I have to bring a laptop and find something to do with myself for an hour, which is a little frustrating. But I will say that oftentimes, if one of our state representatives is actually coming to Reading, there will be residents there. So I've always thought it would be a good idea to tag on because they're waiting for them to show up anyway. And great, they can talk to you. Then I would feel like that was useful. So I may do that.
Anyone else?
Karen and I will be happy to meet with you in private.
Together.
Together, yes.
Any
If
other
we can.
comments? Anyone in the public have, or residents have any comments? Go ahead.
Yeah, Kendra Cooper.
You just have to come up to the podium, please, sorry.
Sorry, I'm used to it. I was teaching, projecting my voice, so Kendra Cooper, Precinct 8. I wanted to reiterate something that an earlier speaker mentioned as I came in, and one of the big problems I see with a lot of these attempts to reach people is that there are many, many people, many more than you can imagine in Reading, who are not online. And that one of those points, it's very important to try to reach them. If you consider with this whole senior center thing, 2,000 or 7,000 people 60 and over use the senior center. A lot of my neighbors don't even know about things until I grab a pleasantry. And even in the pleasantries, there's no phone number. I noticed with like Seth Moulton and some of the representatives, there's a phone number they can call. But there are websites that there are, and I think it's very important to have that kind of information. Use phones. I mean, just have that, like you were saying, Carla, you're interested in meeting with people, but nobody shows. Well, a lot of times they don't know. Or if they do find out, they don't have transportation. And so I know we have 2 vans, but there's a whole segment of the population that's really left out of a lot of decisions. And that in particular, always have phone numbers that are listed. Because we haven't had phone books delivered in years. So you have to look back at some of those and the old street books. Sometimes you can still use them, but still. But I just wanted to emphasize that because I keep running into people that really have no idea how to contact. And often, even in the pleasantries or even in the Chronicle, they'll say, go to the town website for further information. They can't do that. So, and it's for many reasons, they can just have disabilities. So you don't have to be 60 and over to be left out of the process. So.
I appreciate that comment. Thank you. Any other?
Someone on Zoom.
Someone on Zoom that may have a comment, Jackie?
Yep, there are a couple on Zoom. First hand is James Bonazzoli.
Great.
Hi there.
Hi, James. How are you?
Good. James Bonazzoli, Precinct 6, and former selectman. When we put this together for office hours, it really was for 2 reasons. One, there were definitely people who did not want to speak during public comment on TV. And it also gave people who couldn't stay till 10 o'clock at night when an agenda item was slated for 8 o'clock and it doesn't come on until 10. So what we were doing back in the day was it was just 30 minutes before the board meeting. And I love Karen Rose Gillis's comment of consistency drives communication. And it's only 30 minutes. I think, you should be able to handle that just before you go into the board meeting.
I love that.
I love former select board member, Mr. Bonazzoli, but, those meetings used to wrap up at 9 or 9:30, to be fair.
Is anyone else on Zoom, Jackie?
Yes, Nancy Zimlack.
Great.
Hi, Nancy Zimlack, 15 Orchard Park Drive. I echo a lot of Kendra's comments. I actually didn't know that there was office hours. And I have two suggestions. One, put it on your select board page on the website, and perhaps once a year, send something out in the water bill or one of the bills that goes out to all town residents with this information. And people who want to be active in town government just may keep that slip of paper or check your select board page to find out what your office hours are. That's it. And I liked what the previous person said too. I agree with him. I think those are good comments. But just you need to get the word out because I don't think it's there. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. All right, we are going to. It's, oh, Jackie, I apologize. Is there anyone else on Zoom?
That's okay. Yep, that's all.
Okay. We are going to take a 5-minute, very quick recess, and then we will come back for further agenda items. All right, we are gonna come back to our agenda items. The next item is a discussion and vote to extend or execute a new grant agreement with Reading Community Television, RCTV, and or instruct town managers to explore options outlined in town council's memo, which was in the packet. I believe we have Kevin Farilla here, who's gonna speak first. Thank you, Kevin.
We're muted, hold on. Sorry, we were just muted, we just took it off on mute.
Do I have to do that again?
Sorry about that.
No, I think.
We good, Matt?
Yeah, we're good, we're not muted anymore. Yeah.
Okay, great. My name's Kevin Farilla. I'm the town's Chief Technology Officer. I'm here because I've been approached to provide some answers and background on a few of the items that are included in the select board meeting packet tonight. I know that this is a topic, obviously, that is has strong feelings on both sides. So I hope that what you see me presenting tonight isn't misconstrued as an agenda that I have. I'm coming in here and answering the questions that I've been asked to answer. So I'm not a Reading resident and I have no dog in this fight, I guess is a good way to put it casually. So on page 100 of, oh, right on, oh, maybe right on, oh yeah, right on cue, Jackie. There's a document titled RCTV Equipment in Town Spaces. And I'm being asked to comment on what the recommendations were back in 2022 and whether or not those have been satisfied. I've also been asked to give some history and some granular description of each of these. So I'll start with the history. Back in 20-something, 2010, 2014, I'm uncertain about that. There was audio video equipment installed in some rooms in the town buildings that I consider dual use. Dual use meaning that they're leveraged for both night meetings, typically night meetings such as this, and during the day for just town department personnel looking to use the space for meetings. When this equipment went in, the these cameras up on the wall would have a green light on them 24/7. That generated concern for people using this space during the day that wanted to have confidence that it was a confidential space. And so that request would come to me. I bring it to the town manager Bob LaLasher at the time, and he spoke to RCTV. They said that there is a piece of equipment needed to take in this audio and video that's installed in the room. TriCaster is what the equipment is. And so that it could be viewed, recorded, or broadcast. That equipment would be powered down or non-existent. And so there was a comfort level that the space was secure. Fast forward to the fall of 2021, and there was an incident that resulted in the letter that Bob LaLasher, the town manager at that point, sent to RCTV, and that's on page 96 of the packet. And Jackie's gonna flip to that. And so this is really something on the outside of, but certainly brought into during these events. This letter basically asks for a way to know if the conditions exist in spaces like this for audio and video to be viewed, recorded, and broadcast. And it's a long letter, but that's the gist of it. On page 98 of the packet, there's an RCTV meeting minutes discussing this. It says January 18th of 2021. I think that's a mistake because the timeline has fall of 2021 having the incident. January of 2022, I think, is when the meeting took place. The That brings us to what is proposed from RCTV on page 100. And, you know, that is the background on what I'm about to talk about. I know it's a lot of setup. I should only be here for a couple more minutes, if that gives you any hope that there's light at the end of the tunnel here. But, you know, this document you're looking up here, up on the screen here, is the list of recommendations. That's what I've been asked to comment on today. The first one is install master power switch. This is a power strip that you'd be familiar with at your houses. It's just a switch that turns the equipment on or off. Nothing sophisticated. Was that installed? Yes, that's installed. That's in that room right off the select board room here, where RCTV's equipment is installed. And the intent was that it would have the equipment necessary to carry the audio and video from this room to be viewed, recorded, or broadcast. In addition to that equipment being plugged into the switch, there's an on-air light that was going to be installed and plugged into it. Basically, the thinking is if the power switch is on, the on-air light's on, and so is the equipment necessary to record, view, or broadcast. If it's off, no pathway exists. At the time, the TriCaster is an RCTV piece of equipment. That was what was going to dictate whether or not this stuff had a pathway out. Town manager at that point was Fidel Maltez, and he was comfortable with the solution that was proposed. In October of 2023, the on-air light was left on after a night meeting. HR came into this space, didn't feel comfortable having their meeting in this space, so they reported it to the town manager's office. Town manager's office reached out to RCTV. RCTV didn't get back to them, so they were anxious. They reached out to me. They asked me to investigate, and I found that the on-air light was the only thing plugged into that on-air switch. Fidel approached RCTV. RCTV said, sorry, we moved that a couple of weeks prior. They moved it back. Fidel was satisfied. Last week, I was asked to investigate the situation and then come to this meeting here. And so I found a situation where the master power switch does not prevent the audio and video from being captured, viewed, or broadcast. There are 4 devices plugged into that master power switch: a monitor, an on-air light, an assisted listening device, and something called an Atomos Ronin portable recorder. None of this equipment prevents the audio and video in this space from being viewed, recorded, broadcast. As a result, staff has been made aware that this space should not be trusted because there's an unknown. I'm not saying that anything's being viewed, recorded, broadcast. I'm just saying the conditions exist, and that's what I've reported back to town manager. That's what I feel I'm here to address and to present.
Can I ask a quick point of order? Who asked you to present and investigate this?
Town manager asked me, and I believe that was during this, my assumption is from the select board for information on whether or not these recommendations were.
Thank you.
Okay. That sums up that first series, or that first recommendation. To give everybody some hope, everything else goes much more quickly at this point. Because the next recommendation is optional, install a wall-mounted monitor. That was not done. It's also listed as optional. Install an on-air light connected to the master power switch. The town's electrician ran the power to the location. I purchased an on-air light. He connected it to the master power switch. That is accomplished. The next one on the list is the Reading Public Library Community Room. Very similar conditions with a couple of noteworthy differences. TriCaster is typically brought to that location to view, record, broadcast, whereas in this location, it's typically housed here. Master power switch was completed there. On-air light was not completed. Install wall-mounted monitor was not done, again listed as optional. There is a second list of 3 recommendations for the library community room space, but those 3 are irrelevant because the first path was what was chosen. At the RMH, at the Reading Memorial High School Library, install a master power switch comparable to the 2 that I just mentioned. That was not something that was able to, we weren't able to ascertain whether or not that was complete. That's not to say it was or was not, it was just not able to be determined. Optional, install a wall-mounted monitor, not done. Install an on-air light, not done. I believe that's the end of what I was called on to present. I don't know if there's additional information, but that's all I had.
Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Kevin.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so just to follow up on what Kevin is saying, you know, I was aware of these situations. I was here the whole, you know, I've been here 10 years, obviously, we found out tonight, but I was here for some of these situations, not very involved in some of them. I was asked to produce records, the chair asked for some records of what had gone on. We produced them. That's what Kevin went over. My part of it is I asked Kevin, I said, okay, this was supposedly done, supposedly fixed. We found out it wasn't. We found out it wasn't. I was concerned about this room. I said, maybe go and check. I was confident that Kevin would come back and say, no, there's no way that, you know, if the light is off, then they're not broadcasting. Kevin has said the opposite. And so I was personally disappointed to hear that the fix that we had talked about under 2 prior town managers was not completed. It wasn't the present state. That's something now that we really can't have private meetings in here until that's corrected. The executive session that I have scheduled later, I've moved to the burger room. So that presents a problem. As far as RCTV goes, well, you know, we could talk about the extension in the contract. You know, it doesn't help. I've been supportive of RCTV through the years. I've been at the station, done interviews and whatnot, so it really has nothing to do with that. My concern really is when Kevin told me that this room can't be trusted, and those are his words. That's not good. I have a duty to protect the residents and the employees in the building. We have HR meetings in here, and I need to know that those meetings aren't being looked at by outside sources. And so that part was just disappointing. So that was the follow-up. That's how that all came up. It's all part of RCTV, and you know, I was asked to bring it up tonight, and I have. So.
Thank you, Matt. Anyone on the board have any comments? Karen? Oh, sorry.
Are we just commenting on what was just said, or the whole thing in general?
I think it's the whole thing in general, what Kevin said, because it all rolls into whether we have to vote tonight to extend their contract or not.
Well, they're vital to the community, and I think they're incredibly important. I think that the fact that things weren't corrected, sometimes, I don't know how it all works, but usually when you have something fixed, you have an inspector come through to make sure it was fixed. So in these instances, if you were assured that they were fixed, but no one followed up to actually check the boxes on a work order, then you really don't know who to blame. You know what I mean? Like, guess it wasn't done, but you don't know why it wasn't done. And if we're just checking up a year or 2 later to hold them accountable, sure, give them another chance to fix it. You know, I completely understand the ramifications of the privacy issue, but I don't think that that's a reason to not renew the contract because of all the other stuff they do for town. I think that that's just my comment.
Can I just follow up on one thing you said? So I asked Kevin that. It was checked. It was correct at one point and then moved again.
So they did not tell you that they moved it to make it okay.
According to Kevin, yes, and town manager, yes. Okay. I just wanted to follow up on that.
Thank
Do you
you.
have a comment?
No, generally I concur with you. I don't, yep, okay, we have an issue, so we discuss it, we fix it, we check it again, and we keep checking it, and we express a disapproval, so, and concern. Move on. It's not a contract ending transgression, in my opinion. Carl, first.
I'll go. So from what I read in the packet, this has been going on at a minimum from 2021. And the fact that some of us up here are not concerned that we've been secretly recorded in executive session is concerning to me. Whether it was intentional or unintentional or by accident, it was addressed multiple times, and multiple times it kept on happening, and up until very, very recently. So it's unfortunate that it happened. I don't know how it happened. I don't know why it happened. I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but it happened more than once. And to me, that is unacceptable. I think we have a duty to protect the town, employees, us, the residents. We've had many meetings in this room over the years, and many happened during the day with law enforcement, public safety, and the fact that they had access to all this is very concerning. I'll just leave it at that.
Thanks, Melissa. I agree with Ken Rose Gillis. I agree with 99% of the emails that have been sent to us. RCTV has been a bastion in town, and I commented on Rob being here since 2016. He's outlasted multiple town managers. He's a hardworking kid per se that just got married. I do not discount that. I don't discount all the people that I see out recording these things, putting in the time and effort and energy into all of these. But for me, it comes down to something that I provided Jackie with a recording that I made last night. So I would ask for her to just play that real quick so the board can actually digest what's being outlined. Because I'm in the tech industry and I know things can be confusing, and how Kevin Furla dumped it down to a surge protector so everyone understands. You plug 6 things in, you shut one off, you shut the master off, it kills all your 6 devices. That makes sense. Back there is something in a rack that does the exact same thing. But this is what I recorded last night at 10:30. This was the CPDC meeting that concluded at 10:06 p.m. This is shot at 10:30, I believe, and she'll just play it here. And hopefully there's audio. There it goes. It's probably skipping because it's over Zoom.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No worries. So that's me zooming into the on-air light on the microphone that's up there. After this, it'll zoom into the on-air light that's currently up here that says on air, I guess, for cohesiveness. So there's the on-air light that's up there. One second. It's skipping. So I'll just play it on my laptop in one moment. I'm just bringing it up. But essentially, since it's not going to load, what you can see here is the room is dark. The on-air light that's blocked by Jackie Laverty's name up in the top corner is off. There's nobody in the room other than the cleaning crew that's in there at 10:30 last night doing the work in there. And he is being recorded by me, technically recording my 2131 on Verizon channel. So The end result of that, for anyone to believe that what Kevin said is anything being broadcast, transmitted, et cetera, from this room, and everyone doesn't think that this is a problem, that's a problem. That is an individual that had no idea that he was being recorded. And obviously there's security cameras in here, but only specified people have access to those. We won't get into that. But this person was being recorded without their consent. The on-air light is off, and you can clearly see that stuff was happening in Town Hall. So the master switch back there is that controls everything is purely cosmetic in my reasoning with this. And the last point that I want to make is that if you were to go back into the room right now as just a common person who doesn't have the background that I have, or Kevin or anybody else, you would go back there and you would say simply, I want you to show me when you flick the master switch, does everything go out? Because that's what we were told. Everything would go out. There's no recording, no audio, no nothing. You would go back there, you would flick the master switch, and the monitors back there that's connected to the TriCaster, the screen on that, which would have this current CPDC thing playing on it, just like it has the select board playing right now, you would flick the switch and off goes the select board meeting. And every one of you here would be satisfied that you're not being recorded because the on-air light then goes off, the screen goes off, and you're like, I'm good. I'm in the clear. And to me, that adds another layer of why is it specifically like this, to confuse the person that would actually go there and double check it. That is the more concerning part that I have with this. And finally, we have to have select board executive session down in the burger room because this room is insecure. That's not our fault. That's RCTV's fault. That's the board of directors' fault for not following up and checking all of this multiple times in 21, 22, 23, and 25 as it stands today. That's none of our faults. Substitute that person for a kid. Substitute that person for a kid. Because whether or not you want to know or not, that was substituted. There were kids in here that were being recorded without their consent. And who knows, there's 72 terabytes of data back there. Who knows what's recorded on that as well? Are we going to spend the time going through that? Absolutely not. You trust the people to put the policies and procedures in place, and they failed this community. That's it.
So after, sorry, Karen, do you want to go?
Yeah, so it seems to me that we need policies on both sides. We need to ask our provider for a policy. But if Kevin's the man, then we need some policies for making sure that we are continuing to check. I don't see, this is a shared building, so. And going forward, we're just gonna have to do a better job of checking and on both sides. I can't imagine anyone in here from RCTV isn't concerned that this was going on as we all are, but thank you for bringing this to light, Chris. Appreciate this. Thank you for following up, Matt. So coming in here tonight, I wish we had started this conversation about the RC contract months ago so that we could talk and say, what are some issues that we're having? This would be one example. Another example would be, how has the world changed since our last contract? So my thoughts coming into this meeting is that I would like to see, I believe our contract specifically addresses a 6-month extension, and in the future, we should probably start 6 months before a contract is run out. But in this case, I would like to recommend that we do a 6-month extension and we work through some of this stuff and then we put into writing the responsibility, because I bet this isn't addressed in our current contract from years ago, right? So we could all do a better job. The world has changed, the technology has changed. And yeah, so that would just be something that we would work out for the next project, and it's a valid concern, no question about it.
So coming into this and learning about all these previous incidents, actually, first I want to say, I know how valuable RCTV is to this community. I've read all of the emails I've received. My mother watches all of broadcasts on RCTV when it's working. Recently, it hasn't been working. So I know the programming they do for the school. I understand the camps they do. I listen to all the feedback that came in those emails. I know how valuable it is to Reading. I really am having a hard time with this being not once, not twice, not 3 times, but we're on our 4th incident that the town could be sued for. And I disagree with Karen in that I don't think it should be Kevin Farilla's job to check all the time whether RCTV moved equipment that he already checked on before. There should be an assumption. There should be a good, an agreement that when you place it, how Kevin checked off back in 2023, I believe, that it wasn't going to get moved again. I don't know whose fault that is. I'm not even saying that anything was done maliciously, but it is a problem. And it is a big problem because we could be sued for some of the stuff that could have been recorded, audio or video. So I have a hard time just saying we're going to extend for 6 months because I don't think that's the right approach. I've reached out to RCTV's board. I spoke my piece at the last meeting and I stick to it. They need to change in leadership. I really want RCTV to stay in town, but there needs to be a change in leadership. This is 4 incidents with 3 town managers, and most of those town managers will tell you the director of RCTV does not get back to the town managers in appropriate time, especially for incidents like this. That's not okay. So I would agree to a 3-month extension of time and have some serious conversations that I hope they will come and sit down and talk to us about. Any other input from the board before we get to public comment?
No, we'll have another go at it.
Any?
I was gonna say, so in municipal government, we're all really busy. It's the summer season. I think 90 days isn't gonna do it. So, and if the contract says 6 months, or even just, so it's June 1st, that would get us to the end of the year. So wrap it up by the end of the year.
Does it say 6 months or up to 6 months?
I defer to Matt.
It's up to 6.
Up to 6 months.
It's up to 6 months.
Up to 6 months.
So no later than December 31st, we could do something like that. And if it's ready and we're done, then it could get wrapped up. But I think trying to cram it into the summer at this point is just not gonna be productive.
I don't think I disagree with Karen on that. I mean, I would like to make this work, but there's got to be a lot of changes that happen. And I don't disagree that the summer may not be the appropriate time to actually get down and do the work that needs to get done.
How do we use this room safely?
A whole other conversation that I don't know the answer to. Karen?
Well, I think that would be something that we would figure out in the next couple of weeks. And we've been doing it this way for how long? You know, so if it's something private, they'll have to find another place until it's resolved. But I don't think 3 months isn't enough time for us to make a decision on this and find a replacement service. So I think that the 3 months is way too short. I think within the 6 months.
Well, if we did 3 months, we also have the ability to extend it beyond that. We have up until 6 months.
Right, I know that, but I still think that's a shorter period of time if we come up with a decision in 3 months. 3 months may not be enough time for us to find another service as well. And signing a contract, look at how long it takes us to sign a contract with someone that's been here for forever. So I don't think that we're doing anybody any favors by doing 3 months and then 3 months, because I don't think you're not going to start the conversations with new provider within the first 3 months before you even have a solution to whether or not they're going to fix the problem.
My opinion would be that if I do agree with Karen, the summer may be the only caveat here. My opinion would be is that you give them 3 months and we're going to see if they're serious on coming to the table and making the changes that need to be made. That's my opinion. And then we know that we have 3 months on the back end. Because if we give them 6 months and we dilly-dally for a little while and then we realize the changes aren't going to be made that everyone can agree on and we can't renew the contract, then we're in a lot of trouble because then we don't have anything. Any service provider.
Yeah, but I think I'd like to assume that they're not going to dilly-dally. You know, I mean, this is, this is it, you know what I mean? So for them, for success with the board or for the town, you know, they're not gonna wait until Thanksgiving to fix the problem, I imagine. I mean, in my mind, if I really wanted to retain the agreement with the town, that they would just move quickly and resolve it so that then we can negotiate the contract even before the 6 months is up.
I couldn't agree with you more, and I would hope that would be the case. My only caveat is that this exact same situation has now happened 4 times, which concerns me that there isn't.
So you don't think that this is our house, we're paying for a service, you don't think we have any responsibility to verify on our own? Like, that's why we have independent audits. So I say Kevin, and we don't have a giant IT department, but we bear some responsibility to verify that what we think have been done has been done. And if we don't have the capabilities in-house, we have to go get it.
I guess that was my point.
Well, we know a cleaning person didn't like move it.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt, but in their defense, is it in the contract that they had to tell us that they had to move the equipment?
Yes, here they do, because they don't have, to move the equipment in there, you mean?
No, so if correct me if I'm wrong, but someone's claiming that something was in there and then it got moved to another location and that's when it stopped working again?
I think things got, maybe, my understanding, and I'm not the expert here, is things got unplugged from a main switch that was shutting things down.
Everything got moved into this room when RCTV moved studios back in September. No, we don't know when. It could have been the day after 2023. It could have been a week ago. We have no way of knowing up until.
I hear what you're saying, though. You're not going to just you're never going to trust anyone. So, right? And not just you. I mean, like the collective. You can't trust for something this important, right?
I will correct, and I will say in my industry, it's always trust but verify. But for this scenario, with the master power switch that's back there, there is a Hewlett-Packard monitor plugged into it. There's no reason for that to exist, to be plugged into there at all.
Remotely, we have remote capabilities.
There's no remote capabilities for shutting.
I don't think we have access to their equipment, though. That's their equipment.
Well, that can be part of the new contract.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. Yeah.
So no, I just think it's going to take some time to define what we really need to do to be secure.
Security and privacy do not start and end in 6 months. This, for me, 3 months is stretching it. I would not be okay with the 6. I'm all set with the dilly-dally. We're going to fix it. We're going to do this, and then a week beforehand we decide to do it. Believe me, I'm the biggest procrastinator when it comes to certain things. But like I said, there is no reason for a monitor to have been plugged into that master power switch ever. You have to reach behind a rack, plug things in. The last thing IT people or anybody wants to do is get behind equipment, because then you're going to start knocking stuff out. There is zero reason for a monitor to be plugged into that master power switch. Never. Even in my own industry, when I take care of people's computers or servers or that, none of those are plugged into masters. Battery backups and all that kind of hold, all the critical stuff, monitors don't matter. Zero reason for this to exist. Zero.
This kind of feels like you want to make an accusation, but you don't have any proof. And if we don't have any proof, I don't think we can go there.
You saw my video up there, right? That is recorded last night.
Let one person talk at a time.
Well, my video was recorded last night of that light being off and somebody being recorded in this room. There's my proof. There's my evidence. I didn't stop. I was watching the CPDC meeting and saw John Weston. He was retiring after 16 years. Thank you, John. And then it got over, and I started doing stuff on my phone, and I looked over and said, they're still live. They're not live on YouTube. That got cut immediately. So in that aspect, they're good. This room is recorded, and it stopped at 11:30, an hour and a half after the fact. How you're okay with it?
So Chris, the reason I'm okay with that is because this is not Microsoft. This is not a corporation. And it's a truth that municipal governments do not fund at the same level for security. We have to get there. I know Kevin spends a lot of time on network security already, and I see this more as an evolution. And I was in the technology industry. I worked for Anderson Consulting for years. Okay, so you're not wrong, but I'm saying we need to get to a new level, and guess what? We're about to sign a new contract.
We do need to get
And
to.
you also know that you don't just outsource your own security in your tech firm and then assume it's fine and not have anybody on your staff who could be constantly looking for failures, because stuff happens. But I just want to be careful we're not. I'm not disagreeing with you. We can't have this happening. We need, it's 2025. I don't want to be sued. You cannot record people in the state of Massachusetts without getting in a lot of trouble. I know that in my own industry. So we need to fix this. It needs to be part of the new contract. It needs to be on both sides. We need to have a redundant system. So we have policies that we all agree on, and then we have redundancy with somebody knowledgeable who making sure that that was adhered to and on a regular basis, quarterly, however you need it to be done, or whatever makes sense.
Just real briefly before I forget, if everyone looks up and they see the green light on the speaker, if everyone looks up and sees the green light on the speaker that's up there, that's green when audio is being transmitted out of here, red when it's not. What you might not notice is directly next to that is the same speaker. It's flush mounted to the ceiling. It doesn't protrude through. What color is the light on RCTV's microphone right now? There is no color on the microphone. Do you know why? Because it's off. It's turned off. You have the option for red and green to let people know that stuff is being transmitted out of here, or nothing. They chose nothing. Take that for what you will.
Go ahead, Carl.
I just have a comment in the 3 month, 6 month. I think for me, the board has to decide if they're happy with the leadership, which is to me Phil currently. So if we wait 6 months and the board says, well, we're sticking with Phil, then that's a non-starter for me. Leadership has to change. I don't want to see RCTV go. I don't. None of us do. I read all the emails as well. I know every cable access station in every community is vital to the community. Ours has been lacking. We discussed that last time. Ours has been lacking. And so if the board, RCTV board, does not decide to have a change in leadership, then we don't need 6 months, right? I don't want to wait 6 months and they say, oh, Phil's staying, and then what do we do? So, not all change is bad, not all change is good, but this has to change, in my opinion. I know I'm one. I think a few of us have spoken to that matter last meeting, and I tried to address some issues last year, and like I said last time, Phil didn't meet with me, and I tried. And I had Matt try. So this is being sprung onto us now via the public, but we've been trying to get things done and move things forward, but it hasn't been easy. And I know everyone's upset at maybe a few of us up here, but it's not for the lack of trying. I'll say that much, so I'll leave it there, but I'm okay with 3 months.
Karen.
I don't think we're not responsible for their leadership. So I'm not sure.
We're not. I'm talking to their board.
Correct, but we're not responsible for what their board does with their leadership.
Correct. Correct. But then we can make the decision when we want.
Fixing the problem in the closet either. So, as far as accountability for not fixing the problem, it's not Phil that's crawling around the room trying to fix the problem. Who is it that's actually supposed to fix the problem?
Whoever would be their IT person, which I'm not sure who that is. It's not.
I feel like it would fall on that person to fix the problem.
Whoever their IT person, but for me, my opinion is that I believe Phil's been in the position since 2010, maybe not that long, but.
No, 1999-ish.
Oh, so
25 years.
Yeah, so but for me, why I think that we need a change of leadership at RCTV is the lack of communication and with town management and the select board. That's been happening year after year.
But isn't that their board's responsibility?
It is, 100%. We do not get to make that decision. It makes my decision whether I agree to re-sign RCTV's contract. That's my choice. But yes, but that's what I spoke to at the last meeting. We don't get them to make that decision. That is their board that has to make that decision.
I just don't see how that's a strong argument to not renew the contract if they've been complying with everything we've asked for, other than this particular issue. This set aside, because I'm sure a lot of people didn't even know about this issue. So I think that for everything else that they do, to replace them, even with 6 months, is going to be very unlikely. As far as, you know, all of the public cable companies are having the same kind of issues that they are. So it's not like it's just them that are having financial problems or participation problems or membership problems. So I feel like
it's not financial problems, it's the lack of communication and responsiveness from the board when they have a contract from the town that gives them the money to support them. Like, there needs to be, you need to answer emails from the town manager. And when that's happened since 2020 to pretty much current day, that's a problem.
then that's the board's problem.
It is. You're right. I
So
don't
what are
disagree
we
with you.
waiting for from their board? Are we waiting for them to just make a decision about their leadership? And that's what we're gonna base our entire negotiations for the new contract for?
That's up to them. They need to have that discussion. If they're in, well, most of them are in this room. If they're hearing us, that's up to them. I'm talking to the few that are here that if there's not a change in leadership, I am not renewing an RCTV contract. If there is a change in leadership, then we can have a nice discussion and put more parameters in there and safeguards and things that we actually want that we used to have. And we cited the towns that are way ahead of us last time. Wakefield,
No, I
Wilmington.
heard you about that.
Right. So, but
I
that
think
goes
that
to.
it's, you know, to dump it all on the leadership, it's the entire organization as one. You can't just single out the leadership and say, you're doing a wrong job because this wasn't fixed.
So who do we dump it on then?
You really can't dump it on anybody
But I
because
think
we
in
have to
any
take some
company, if a company
responsibility
is
for
doing-
also not working with them, you know, hand in hand as well. I feel like it's a cooperation of communication and getting frustrated because you can't get through to him, you know. I don't know them, I don't know the communication issues, but I feel like just dumping the contract because their board won't do something is not a reason to get rid of the contract. To me, it's an operational thing.
Right.
A contract is an
That's your
operation. If they're
opinion.
doing a good
Bob's
job.
letter from 21 was eye-opening to me. That was eye-opening. If you read that letter in
I did read the
2021.
letter, but I feel like it's 2025. We can't be looking to the past, to the problems that happened in the past. And I know the problem's kind of sort of still here, as you're saying, but we as a board are starting from scratch as far as trying to fix it.
And we will start from scratch on a new contract or a new provider. There's two options here. We need service.
I know, but you're not, it doesn't seem like you're willing to work on the contract till they've told you that they've gotten rid of their leadership. So
For
to
me, yes.
But that's not really working on the contract. That's just forcing the board
We're
to
working
take
on
a
a
stance.
contract, yes, with somebody.
I want to talk about a meeting that our chair had with staff and RCTV leadership that the chair was not authorized by this board to do, and there was no reporting back to this board. And I had to find out, you know, through word of mouth. So it's related to contract negotiations, and I had a conversation with Matt because I learned shortly before coming to this meeting. This is government by a board. This is an executive board. You can look in our policies, you can look in the charter, you can look in the select board manual. This is a government by a committee. And there are a number of examples where contract negotiations have come up, and this board consistently, and rightly so, nominates one of its members to act as the single point of communication for efficiency standard, and that person comes back and reports back to this board. So I have to tell you, coming into this meeting, I was extremely upset to hear that from somebody who wants to have a transparent time as chair. And I gave Matt a lot of grief too. You know, we need a strong town manager. We've been doing this for a long time. I can give you any number of examples. I was nominated to negotiate the electric chargers. I was nominated to negotiate with Fidel Maltese as chair, but I brought it back to the board and you nominated me and I brought back and reported back. When we had to work with Meadowbrook on a number of items, the purchase and the easement, I'm the real estate expert on the board, but I nominated Mark Doxer to be the representative of our board, and the rest of the board agreed. So I want to make really clear that it is not okay for any single member of this board without authorization by the others to go and be a single point of contact or begin contract negotiations or have a meeting to talk about the contract. That is not the way this board works. And if we had a censure process, I'd be using it. That can't happen. It just can't happen.
Point of order. Can the chair please explain why he did that?
I think he was about.
I don't know if that's the problem.
Yes, no.
But I'd like to know.
Thank you, Carolyn. I will address that. I'm the chair of the select board. I scheduled a meeting with Matt, who then scheduled a meeting with Phil and Chris Kridler. That is the parameters that I put up, that I reached out appropriately. I didn't sidestep anybody. I reached out to Matt, and he organized a meeting, and we met. That's the way it goes when you're chair. There's lots of meetings that I have to attend that the full board does not get to attend. It wasn't a contract setting, whatever. That's this happening currently right now, Karen. There was no, this was just getting a pulse of what happened before and getting an explanation. And I got a horrendous explanation during that meeting that I had to push back on because I'm in tech and you ain't gonna pull a fast one on me.
Point of order. That sounds like something that should have been done in public.
No, it's a private meeting. There's
Please do not speak out.
There's lots of things that go on that before they become public that try to get hashed out. It might not be this, it might be something else, small and minuscule. I could give multiple examples on things I've already met with Matt with regarding Ipswich River stuff and all that. Where's the full board? I spoke with Matt, who then followed up with the correct person, which is Chris Cole. I'm not sidestepping Matt and making meetings with individual people myself. I did specifically the chain of command, Matt, and then to everyone else. And I will meet with anybody else that Matt organizes a meeting, whether it's this or some other topic, meet with whomever. That has never been different. And to insinuate otherwise, that there's nefarious things going on in this kind of circumstance. Once again, I hate to use the analogy, because it's me. But because it's me, now this is a bad thing. When I'm sure prior chairs have done meetings that we don't know about, because guess what? They're the chair. And you don't know about all the special meetings that people have and getting taken out by town council to various restaurants. None of us knew that. I only knew about that when I became chair. I never knew this stuff was happening. Why is that okay?
Chris, that's a lunch. That's not a contract discussion.
We weren't discussing. The discussion.
No, we're not saying point of order.
The discussion is happening in public. It's happened last meeting, it's happened this meeting. It's all in public. 2 meetings. Bypassing the discussion and vote in 1 meeting. We've had 2. Oh my God.
I would like to open up to the public if everyone on the board has, good, is that okay? So I'm gonna absolutely open up to the public. It is going to be a strict 2 minutes. I know everyone is passionate and I want everyone to be able to speak and say what they want, but I'm going to ask you, I don't mean to be rude, but I'm going to cut you off at 2 minutes so we can let everyone in the room speak and we can let people on Zoom speak, okay? So if anyone would like to speak, you're more than welcome. If you want to, yeah, please come on up. You just got to state your name and address, which I think you know.
Carolyn Johnson, Thorndike Street. Sorry, because clearly I don't understand point of order as well as I should. But I guess my question would be to the chair. Okay, so you have these meetings, but why didn't you report back to the board? Like, why does the board have to be finding out about it through word of mouth? That would be, if you want to answer it or you don't, that's fine. But that would be my comment. Like, I feel like you should have reported back to the board, given that these contract negotiations you knew were coming up you've been critical of RCTV publicly.
Not RCTV.
Of the- of-
Leadership at RCTV.
Okay.
There's a difference.
Can I finish my comment, please?
Yes, thank you.
Fine, if that's, that's how you want to characterize it. I just think it was a bad decision. This was coming up, you knew it was coming up, you've been critical of the leadership, and you went and had a meeting and didn't report back to the board. So that's just my comment.
I did on May 27th. It was on the agenda.
I'm confused.
May 27th on the agenda.
What are we doing first, public comment or the board?
She asked me a question, I answered. May 27th, it was on the agenda, brought back to the full board.
Does anyone else have public comment? I see hands. I'm sorry, I can't see who that is though, because you're right behind the podium, whoever is.
Nancy.
Nancy, sorry, can't see you, Nancy, I apologize.
Nancy, Dr. Pearl Street, and I'm not going to reread my letter that I've sent to all of you. So a question, you were generous enough to give our town manager a year extension. And in fact, I'm pretty sure you were all incredibly pleased with the work that resulted from that. And I do believe that some of these issues you have raised, yeah, I would have liked to have known about them beforehand. I would have liked to have known about those letters that go back to 2021 or 22. The fact that we're only hearing about it now, the night that you want to vote in a contract, is unfair to every taxpayer. That's withholding information. You can talk about transparency, but this board is not being transparent to constituents and taxpayers about something that affects all of us. That's a big issue. I have not heard one complaint about RCTV or Phil until your last select board meeting. Why is that? This feels like a bomb. So if you say you have this information and you're just sharing it now, you have done us a disservice. So you need to basically get behind what the residents want, which is they want you to renew RCTV. And if that means you have to give them a year contract and work out very specific negotiations, that's what you do, because you represent the town. You don't represent your own interests.
Thank you. The woman behind you, the woman in the back, yep, sure. I saw your hand up first.
Lucia Corbett, Pearl Street. I'm one of the people that wrote a heartfelt letter, as did my daughter, who worked at RCTV for a long time. She works in television. I see some of her friends here. My question is, who has access to that room? I mean, that cleaning person could have gone in there and unplugged things and plugged the vacuum in. And then, the lights up here, if you have two sets of mics going on at the same time, aren't you going to get feedback?
They are both on currently.
Okay, well, that was my question. But I stand behind RCTV. I want the contract extended. I think it's been great for the kids to come up through their education programs. I think having the kids be able to film events in the town, learn about local government, I think that's very important, and I want to see that to continue.
Anyone else? He had raised his hand first, so I'm just gonna let him come up first, if that's okay. I'll get to you, I promise.
Joe Harrington, Franklin Terrace. First, I got a question. Who made the phone call today to RCTV to inform them about this situation? I'm thinking, is that the room right back there? Behind the glass door? Is that the room where the TV stuff is?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. Sorry. Who made the call from this building down to RCTV to tell them to come up there and fix this today?
I don't know. Was it made?
Say that again?
Was it made?
Was it made? Okay.
No, I guess, was it?
They were in that room all day today, by the way. So.
But no one told them that it's not to our needs.
I don't know. Maybe not, but I mean, they're well.
Whose responsibility that is?
They're well. I'm not going to get into a dialogue on this, but they're well aware of the issues.
but nobody called them to tell them. Okay. To me, we don't want to be without a local access TV station. That's what we used to call it back in the day. And canceling the contract now leaves us no possibility of doing many, many things. And one of them that I have not heard mentioned yet tonight, and that's to get requirements and wishes from the town, what the people want for their TV station. Because I consider it the town's TV station, even though there's a board of directors and an organization over there that does not report to the town. It's to serve us. I think it's a station that's supposed to support the town, not the select board. Thank you.
Yes, you in the back.
Hello, my name is Ben Goldbust. I live at 112 Spruce Road. I'm going to be a senior next year at RMHS. I'd like to share my experience with RCTV. I'm grateful to have had the opportunity thus far to be employed at RCTV. Through working there, I feel more connected to the town of Reading, as the job naturally brings me to the events that our community puts on, and I get to be a part of the team that preserves the culture and unity of Reading in our videos. I also owe a lot to RCTV for helping me realize my passion for film and creation. Since elementary school, I've taken advantage of the summer camps they offer, where I've developed my skills in acting on screen, as well as filming, editing, and shot designing off screen. These formative experiences have also given me a strong foundation to create on my own, including a recent 16-minute documentary that I recently wrapped production on, and I plan to continue in film school when I graduate. RCTV has been an important part of my attachment to Reading, and it is accessed by so many, not just myself, but students in summer camps, students taking the RCTV classes at the high school and having their work showcased on YouTube, as well as by the wider community that can go back and watch the events captured by my coworkers and myself who are watching these live streams. It's no question in my mind that RCTV should be allowed to continue sharing its positive impact on our town, and other steps can be taken to handle the current issues that don't strip our community of their impact. Thank you.
Yes. Yep.
My name is Joseph White. I'm at 65 Prescott Street. I want to say that I think RCTV is a fixture of this community. They've provided public access. They've provided training for youngsters and adults alike, including myself, and I really appreciate it. Wouldn't have been able to do some of the things that I've done if I hadn't had that training, and I really do appreciate their work. And frankly, I think, to me, renewing this contract is a no-brainer. Now, I have never heard anything negative about RCTV, and some of the issues that came up tonight are, to me, being involved in computing, to me, these are all technical issues. These are things that you solve by spelling it out in a contract, and it sounds to me like none of that has been spelled out in the contract that you guys have with RCTV. But the lapses, in my opinion, are all on this board. This board has not reported enough or checked enough to make sure those lapses have been fixed. And I wouldn't put it on RCTV. Now, they may not respond fast enough, but maybe that's not part of the contract. I don't know. But frankly, they're invaluable to this community, and I think this board needs to give them the chance to fix things. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyway, thank you.
Bob Beckman, Sunset Rock Lane, also a member of RCTV board. Handful of things. So the back room, that sure sounds like something that should be fixed immediately, tomorrow. Yeah. I would say we propose that we have it done by a week from Friday, right? In case something needs to be ordered or whatever, but that should be done immediately. Chris, you mentioned trust but verify. Do you verify once? How often should you verify? Maybe anytime someone goes in there again. Who all goes in that room? Who has access? Did that janitor have access in that room? Is that room locked?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so we need to fix it. We need to verify it. So I would propose that we get that fixed by the end of next Friday, and we verify it with Kevin, and we verify it quarterly with Kevin. You don't verify once, right? You need to do this over and over again. It was mentioned last board meeting that the other towns have better, more higher technology solutions than RCTV does. Do the other towns have 5 sold out, filled out, maxed out classes per semester at the high school? No. This is something RCTV does that's different than them. So we've had different priorities. Now we've had a contract. What have we broken on the contract? Nothing. And we're talking about canceling it? And you're telling us we need to change our director? We're doing everything that we're supposed to be doing, and we're managing ourselves just fine. As an RCTV board member, I can tell you right now, Carlo, I am voting to keep Phil. So if that's an issue, well, you got my vote, opinion right there. I don't understand how someone who has something to gain by the demise of RCTV is involved with the RCTV contract renewal. That does not make sense to me. And why do we allow this happen? Why do we have secret meetings? Why do we have not reporting to the board? This does not be right. Proper thing, this person should recluse themselves from this decision. The same person is here at 10 o'clock at night making videos and not reporting the results, not trying to fix the results, but trying to make drama. Thank you.
That was at my house.
Thank you.
I wasn't here. That was at my house recording that from RCTV's channel. There's a complete difference. You acted like I was in town hall.
Doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
Chris, I'm going to ask the audience not to speak out. Please be respectful and don't speak out. Jeff.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Jeffrey Coram, Ridge Road, also a member of the Finance Committee. I feel the board fully needs to extend this by 6 months in order to fully consider the alternatives. We need to have broadcast coverage for meetings through the fall, including subsequent to the meeting. To extend for 3 months, you're already late in starting the search for a new provider for the fall. Extend for 6, you start working on that new contract for RCTV or the new provider that still have coverage for the fall. This concern about the master power switch is not specific to RCTV. Any other provider could have the same issue. If it was an RCTV employee, we don't actually know who did the plugging. The new provider might end up hiring that same person who's experienced with Reading's equipment. There are clearly other outlets in that closet that can be used, or else you couldn't keep those things on when the power switch is off. So we just need, maybe in fact the equipment was overloading the power strip and someone had to replug those equipment to maintain stability to get good recordings of the meetings. So let's just have an electrician rewire all the outlets to be controlled by a single switch, and there's no way to keep things active. As the previous speaker noted, the select board really needs to find out what additional services the residents want the grant agreement to cover. Last time there was talk of a studio in town and coverage of town elections. Neither of these, as I was pointing out, are included in the current contract. RCTV relocated to save expenses. Is the select board prepared to provide additional money beyond the PEG fees to support a studio in a larger, more expensive space if the board feels it is important to the town residents more properly feels important to the RCTV or the provider to give us. If a studio is important, I submit that an agreement with a community TV provider in a nearby town is unlikely to provide a studio in Reading. A provider in another town is likely, in fact, to have a conflict when trying to provide coverage of town elections if they happen, which municipal elections might happen on the same date. In summary, I expect that the select board really when the select board really looks at what they want to have covered by the grant agreement, RCTV will be the only reasonable choice as a provider. Thank you.
Got a lot in that 2 minutes. I'm going to go with the gentleman behind you guys. He had his hand up first, and then you guys can go.
Hello there, Andrew Drusha, Hampshire Road. Someone who also works in tech and is responsible for monitoring a multi-million person service on a day-to-day basis. When an error fails silently, it is to everyone's detriment, and no one is happy about that. I would have loved to see a proposal to the amendment to add something about a reporting system that does not already exist. And I could tell you today about an error regarding something that happened a week later, and it was only reported this week. It had to be reported by word of mouth. And that is because the system that is constantly being adapted, sometimes the tests to prove that they work don't adapt with it and in the time. I think a lot of the pain that people are seeing has to do with the abruptness of everything they've been hearing all of a sudden. And I think it shows a lot that the board, or some members of the board, wouldn't like to put things into the contract that would amend these errors and just want to throw it out entirely to begin with. I think at least to the community, we should give them the right to prove themselves and put that in contract so that we know that they have proved themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, I will do you next. I had saw Angela first, I apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you. Angela Bender, Precinct 5. I'm in Town Hall. There's stuff everywhere. So even if there's not an on-air thing, I'm pretty much thinking that I'm being recorded somewhere where, I'm being recorded, even if I'm not being broadcast. Do you know where I don't think that I am being recorded or broadcast? It's at the train station in front of the clock. But I actually am being broadcast there because the chair, Christopher Haley,
Angela, I'm going to ask you to stay
No, we
on
are.
top. No,
I am
you
staying
always
on.
go a little off topic.
No, I'm
Stay
talking
on
about the.
I'm asking you nicely just to please stay on RCTV. That's all.
Really? So what I'm talking about is Mr. Haley.
You're not talking about the RCTV conversation tonight, and I would really.
I absolutely am talking about. Mr. Haley brought up a video and said, people aren't expecting that this happens. And I am saying to you, no, in Town Hall, I don't know. Yeah, I really do think that I would be, but I'm not. So the person who brought up the chair of this board, who's talking about the right to privacy and the expectation of privacy, is what I'm talking about. I thought we were going to talk about a contract. That's not what we ended up talking about. We ended up talking about that camera and that online thing, and I've never even seen that before. But I know that I'm being broadcast in Town Hall. I am aware of a situation where I was invited as a town meeting member to view the old school building before the whole thing, the whole vote went through. And town meeting members were invited to tour it. And we toured it. And we were not told we were being videotaped. And we were, by Mr. Haley, who then made that public. And there was a problem with that. So the expectation of privacy. You want to talk about privacy? Let's talk about that. You want to talk about a contract? I haven't heard anything about that.
Thank you, Angela. Yes, thank
You're
you,
welcome,
Stephen.
Melissa.
Stephen Crook, 137 Pleasant Street. Am I correct, the 2019 to 2025 grant, the so-called contract, Section 9 reads in part, the Select Board shall schedule an annual review with the RCTV Board of Directors during the months of September through November. Is that true? What was the outcome of the Select Board's scheduled annual review with the RCTV Board of Directors last September through November?
I'm not sure.
Was there a annual review with the RCTV Board of Directors during the months of September through November last year that we could have gotten feedback from?
I don't recall one.
Was there the year before between the months of September and November inclusive?
I am not sorry.
It would have been helpful to us if we had gotten feedback
last September through November of areas of concern. We do have feedback. We have an issue here in the closet that definitely needs to be fixed, or definitely needs to be done in a way that it's more secure than it is now. But that's only been brought to our attention tonight. So I'm not sure I see it getting fixed before it's 5 to 11, before midnight at least, probably a little longer than that. But the sooner that can get done, certainly I agree it needs to be done. But I would be curious to know if the select board go back and check their past agendas for September through November of 2024 and September through to November of 2023, and see what nights those were on and what the outcomes of those meetings were, because we could use that feedback. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I came here tonight initially to talk about how important RCTV is to our community. It's a lifeline for our seniors. It's an educational.
I'm sorry, can you just say your name?
I'm sorry, Beth Mosier, Taylor Drive.
Thank you,
Sorry, I had that written down, but I'm.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
But I think from hearing everybody, we all understand the value of it. The only piece I didn't hear tonight that I want to include is the fact that it's a lifeline for senior citizens. There are so many people, and for people that are disabled or ill, it's a lifeline. We can't just decide this happened, so it won't happen. We do need to think about our service to the community through RCTV, which has been incredible. I don't think anybody here can say anything less than that. I also want to add the fact that I was a public school teacher for many years, and one of my extra duties was I was in charge of audiovisual, cable, and all of the parts that went with it from my very large school in Burlington. And I cannot tell you how many times every single day I had to open the door to the next classroom and say, hey folks, can you watch my class? Somebody's killed cable again. Somebody unplugged something. Can you watch them? We're having a big meeting downstairs. The parents are here and nothing's working. Somebody unplugged something. Yes, it's a problem what's going on in that room, but it's also, this is a public space. RCTV has a lot of people working on, including students. Things get unplugged. Unfortunately, it didn't get caught until this moment that made it very dramatic this evening. If this was happening, why did we wait till tonight? And why did all of us come with our speeches and what we were ready to say in support of RCTV? And then we get waylaid with this distraction. Yes, this needs to be fixed, but it is a distraction. And I think it's a shame to take the old-fashioned thing, let's throw out the baby with the water, whatever that saying was. I feel that's what's trying to be done here tonight. And that's inappropriate for our community, for the wants of our community, for the people that stand here that are involved with RCT or get their lifelines at home because they can't get out of the house. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Linda Snowdoxer, Beaver Road, and I think I've spoken a lot about what RCTV has done for me, for the programs I've been involved with, for the town. I hear the community loud and clear about RCTV. I'm going to plant a seed. I'll back up. So also, I want to thank the students who have done an amazing job enabling RCTV. They get paid sometimes, they get incredible experience, they have those classes that are filled. And when the competition, and I'll clarify what went on the rant, I was not talking about any other social media site except the Reading Recap, who, when our students are planned by RCTV to be at our events, recording them, and then Reading Recap, Mr. Haley shows up to stream it and gets the clicks for streaming that, taking it away from the students who are using multiple cameras, coordinating it, recording it, editing it, and making it ready so that in this year, so it was in time for Hanukkah. That is the competition that I referred to. Just to clarify, it's no one else, it's Mr. Haley. And now insinuating that
things have been surreptitiously been recorded. There was a piece of machinery, technology that is missing. Do we know it's been missing all the time? Don't know. Are the doors locked? Yes. Are there a lot of people in and out? Students, employees, whoever? Where could that one piece of equipment go? It could be just left. But I just want to say, it's important that people who have a business investment recuse themselves from the discussion and the vote. Thank you.
Does anyone else have public comment in the room?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Mike Cole. I'm at 36 Shute Street, Harding, Mass. I'd just like to read a statement on behalf of my son, Mateo Coelho, who's involved with RCTV since the time he was 12 to the time he's about 21. And so just very quickly about its value to him and to the community. So, Mateo writes that this place and its people brought out the best in me. It was tough during the summers to figure out what I wanted to do. I love to paint and draw, but above all, I love to film on anything I can get my hands on. We stumbled upon that 2 to 3 week film boot camps at RCTV Studios. After that, I was back for more until I begged them to let me work there on staff. I can remember when I was first asked to direct a high school sports game. I was faced with a switchboard of intimidating, dazzling lights and colors, but Phil Rushworth and Angela Merrill took their time to encourage me as they saw I was eager to learn and do more. I was not what we would call organized when I first joined the staff, nor even employable, but their patience and belief in me and their other mentees always prevailed. I'd be quite lost without them. Something I think we miss is how accessible local democracy becomes when we have institutions like RCTV helping film and broadcast it. I think what public access does is indispensable to our local system. Phil and Angela take this obligation very seriously and hold coverage of these elections and proceedings to professional journalistic standards. Another element to this is that it provides a sense of community to kids who may not be inclined to do a full sports year, to the kids who aren't used to getting asked to go outside, and forces them to interact, work as a team, and build bridges and social skills to help them down the road. I thought it was wonderful when they started contracting with Reading Memorial High School to provide a class in all things film and TV, where my dear friends and colleagues Anna Cuevas and Laura Davis taught. I saw the exchange of technical resources creating a healthy working environment for students and extended a hand to those inclined toward production without necessarily knowing it for themselves. So again, to the board and to the town management and to the citizens of Reading, all the support you've given RCTV in the past, we hope we can continue that support while you work out these important issues on privacy and liability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the room want to speak?
Gennady Pilowski, 3 Harriman Avenue. So I came out here to support RCTV, just like a lot of the folks in this room did tonight. And instead, what we get to observe is, yet again, not really a discussion about contract, but just piling on and picking out different issues. The board of RCTV has stated that they will address the issue in that room. Whatever there was, if it was just discovered, if it was discovered weeks ago, or if it's a reoccurring issue that happens every 2 to 3 years when someone goes in and moves and vacuums something in that room. What we effectively have is a great public service. The town doesn't pay for RCTV. The town meeting, which I am, and most of you here on the select board are also part of, we just voted to approve their budget that comes from Comcast and all the other providers. So we have faith as a town meeting in supporting RCTV moving forward. That also means that we have faith in the board of RCTV as we move forward. And the board has faith in Phil. That might change. They may have discussions. That's up to them. Our job is to, your job is to have negotiations with the board of RCTV to establish a contract and to service this, to service the residents. You are all elected to serve the residents of this town. Cutting RCTV out is a disservice. It's a huge disservice to the entire community. I think we could all agree on that, right? So your purpose is to negotiate that contract with our RCTV board, it's not to use that as leverage to effectively fire Phil. If the board has faith in the current director, then that's what it is. Your only sole purpose is to negotiate, not to leverage this contract and all of the staff and the residents' access to this service just to fire an individual. So thanks.
Any other public comment in the room? I'm gonna go to Zoom. Yep.
Hi, Rachel Noakes, 99 Oak Street. I came here tonight to support my son, who is an employee of RCTV. But first I want to address the issue that came up tonight. I'm in finance, and in finance, my responsibility is to make sure that all my numbers are accurate, right? I report to the SEC, and I have that responsibility. I sign off on that. Those are called controls, right? And my responsibility is to make sure the systems that we use are sound. And that's the responsibility of not only the people who run those systems, who create that software, but it's the responsibility of me and my team to have what's called user entity controls. So if something were to fail at the system level, that it would get caught, right? And that's your responsibility, right? This gentleman over here, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, but he brought up the fact that were supposed to be these meetings, right? Things would have come out, but they didn't. So now I'll talk about the real thing I planned on talking about if I got the guts to stand up here. I don't like talking. But my kids have had the ability to attend camps, to intern, to work with Angela and the team. Angela has been fantastic with these kids, teaching them just how to be an employee, right? How to sign in and sign out, and the responsibility of doing so. It's so important for these kids. My son, when he was little, before he even started working at RCTV, was a member, and he took out a camera and he filmed my older child's audition for college because he was a performance major. And he got there and he got that camera up and he got into his top school, right? So the things that that RCTV does for the community, for these kids, whether they be, starting at the camps, whether they're taking film production classes, with Anna at the high school, they are just an unbelievable resource for these kids. They set them up to be successful, not just, all the great, wonderful other things they do for the community, but, please just don't take that away.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Can I go to Zoom? Jackie on Zoom, do we have anyone that would like to speak?
Oh, yes. Top of my list is James Bonazzoli.
Thank you.
Good evening, James Bonazzoli, 100 Grove Street, Precinct 6. Thank you, Melissa, and everybody for your time. I know it's late, so I will focus on policy because you already have my letter of the values of RCTV. It's evident that this is a very important topic, and so I have to share my displeasure with the board that you did not split this into 2 evenings, that this should have been a discussion at your prior meeting. All the documentation and evidence that you brought before should have been discussed previously, not the night of negotiation. 2, when I was on the board, we always left that room for executive session. So the complaint that you have to go leave that room, I don't understand what the problem is. You should be leaving that room. It's a public room. People can sit there, and that's why you should leave for executive session. 3, I want to thank Karen and Karen for being the voice of reason in contract negotiations. It is a contract negotiation and not personalities. And it is the town's responsibility to manage the contract. And when we have failed to manage that contract, if you had lack of communication through Phil, then you should have gone to the board of directors immediately. And you didn't. And Chris, I too am IBM's cybersecurity certified. And if we don't have a chief security office on staff, then I'm concerned about our schools, and I know we do. So the fact that we are not validating the security posture of town hall, the library, and anywhere that RCTV is our fault, not Phil Rushworth's fault. 4, why are you not having work orders performed? They're a contractor. They should have no keys to that room, and they should provide you with a work order to be able to get into that room. My point is, the board is looking at the wrong problem here. And if you're looking at a contract, then please look at the language, your policies and procedures, and I would emphasize procedures, because I think the town has failed miserably on the procedure aspects of this whole thing. I recommend that the board does extend a minimum of 6 months to get the work done. You already have the commitment of RCTV board to address within the next 48 hours the most egregious errors. But for this to come out at this point is just a complete disservice to this community and making the public wait until 11 o'clock. I'm disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder, if we can keep it under 2 minutes, just to be respectful of everyone.
They can hear the microphone on Zoom. I mean, the chime.
Oh, okay. For the upcoming speakers on Zoom, we're going to try to just keep it to 2 minutes. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to everyone. I just want actually everyone to be able to speak. So Jackie, if you want to let the next person speak, that's fine.
Sure. Next up is Nancy Zimlack.
You're on mute, Nancy.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
Hi, my name is Nancy Zimlack, 15 Orchard Park Drive. I have to say, as a resident of Reading, this is the most embarrassing meeting that I have seen televised on television. It is the responsibility of the select board as well as the town administration to monitor who comes in, who comes out of the building, just as was said by the last person. You have no protocol, nothing's in place, and it's really eye-opening. And as a resident, I'm very disappointed. I do appreciate Karen and Karen offering some ways to look at this situation, but it does fall ultimately on the shoulders of the people that are responsible for supervising the contractors or the organizations that come into the building. And boy, have you all fallen down on that. And in addition, this whole thing was a trial without allowing the accused to be here to defend him or herself. Accusations were put forward and there is no supporting data for that. And there was, well, Chris, yes, there were some letters from 2021. That's a long time ago. And there was nothing other than Phil doesn't get back to us. Well, I did a project with RCTV, and both Angela and Phil were professional, timely, as well as the students. I'm so disappointed in the people, some of the people sitting around this table. That's it.
Thank you, Nancy.
Next up is George Katchen.
Okay, am I showing up here?
You are.
Yes.
Okay. Well, first of all, let me just say
State
that.
your name and address if you don't mind. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry, my fault. George Katchen, Precinct 8, Colburn Road. And I was the George that was shown in Kevin's board meeting minutes at the beginning of this discussion. And I want to say, first of all, thank you for what RCTV did and what the select board did in terms of having better sound control of these meetings. Back in 2020 and 2018 to 2020, you could not hear everyone at these meetings. And it's nicely done now, I think, the part of RCTV and you guys. The other thing is, I think, Carlo, I know that you want to have things done in 3 months or whatever, but I think once stage gates this, and as promised already, that the problem that we all discussed is taken care of in the next days, or at least a matter of a week, near term, no more than a month. I think that the other thing too is that I think RCTV, and someone brought this up, does a good job with camps, with education and all that. And so some of the aspects that I was always pushing for, and Phil knows as well. By the way, Phil has been so helpful to me. I learned Adobe Premiere Pro in 2018, helping on the override campaign. In fact, there's probably still on YouTube a 5-minute video about senior supports the override. So I think the main thing is to go with what a lot of the people said. I won't waste time saying everything that they said, but RCTV does good. But I think that the board has that responsibility, as has been stated, that they have their representative who represents contact with RCTV, have those meetings, and the yearly review meeting, specify things. For example, look at the town TV for Lexington and Peabody. They really hit you very from a standpoint of interest and professionality.
George, can I have you wrap
up? Things that can be done there. Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Jackie, do we have anyone else online?
Yep, just a few more. Next up, we have Helena Johnson.
Thank you.
Hi, Helena Johnson, or 21 Orchard Park Drive. I came here tonight to talk about how helpful RCTV is. I have severe hearing impairment, and it allows me to attend town meetings. And it also allows me to hear this meeting very vividly. And I don't think that any other services or online streaming type of people can get that type of quality. And I'm a little bit shell-shocked, actually, this bomb that's been dropped on this meeting. The rules were changed. And, we had to wait till this late hour to speak. It just sounds, and it seems a little weird to me, and a little bit unfair to RCTV. I don't think that the select board has any jurisdiction over employees of RCTV. And I really think, we need to look at, there's so many questions. I think we need at least 6 months to look at this. I do wonder too, in the state of Massachusetts, you can video people in public, and if that room is considered public, you just can't have audio, and I didn't hear any audio. But anyway, we can nitpick this all you want, but I just can't believe this was dropped on us. I think it's very unfair to us as a town, us people who attend this meeting, and I do think the select board and the town employees do have some responsibility in this matter. And it also sounds like there may have been an OML violation, and I have a lot of concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
I assume we have someone else online. Jackie, when you said a couple.
Yep, a couple more. Next up is Sarah.
Thank you.
Hi, Sarah Bruglacchio, 48 Maple Ridge Road, Precinct 4. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm going to be quick. I know I sent you a letter after your last meeting, and my biggest concern, well, I had two big concerns. One was that there was no talk about a contract at the last meeting. And the second one is just that I just feel like one of the biggest things that needs to be improved upon is the communication between RCTV and the town. So I just wanted to suggest that when you are working up details on a future contract is to be very specific about how that communication would occur, if it's going to be through a select board liaison, or if you want to be having somebody from the board of RCTV being, you know, the liaison to the select board. I just think it needs to be put in there more specifically. And I really feel, I can't say enough about RCTV for my family. I've been involved with them for over 20 years with my kids, my nephew, my great niece. They've all loved the camps, and I sing with Reading Community Singers, and they record our concerts, and they make available copies of the DVDs if members want to buy some of those. They're wonderful. And one thing I think, I know Beth Mosier was mentioning the role for seniors. One of the things that I've noticed over the many years is that they really create a safe space for our youth who aren't more inclined for sports or academics or other things. I don't know, they make a wonderful safe space, and these kids were so creative, and the whole staff, incredibly supportive. And let's see. So I think that's basically, I think everybody else, John Bonazzoli said it best, I think. And I do really appreciate Karen Herrick, Karen Rose Gillis, trying to present the agenda item as working on the contract. And I hope that we can get forward and work out these things and have a future together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Carla.
Good evening, everyone. Carla Nazaro, Precinct 1, 64 Lawrence Road, and former RCTV board member. I was the school committee representative and board member in 2020. So I think I have a little bit of a different perspective as well. I think we have to have step one before we have step two, which is trying to figure out if there's going to be a contract moving forward. I am a bit dismayed. Thank you, Bob Beckman, for bringing up that you see that there's a problem that needs to be fixed. I appreciate hearing that. Mr. Crook, I respectfully disagree with this is the first time you're hearing about this, because I believe you were on the board with me in 2020, and Bob Lasher's letter, which is in the packet, looks like it's 2021, and I'm sorry if I'm misquoting or anything. So the board has known about this issue. The RCTV board has known about this issue since 2021. There was another incident in 2023, and now in 2025. This is incompetence. I don't know how else to say it. And if I was sitting on this board right now, I would want a complete understanding of what happened. And in terms of where the town should go with this, the town needs to realize if we have what type of mitigation needs to be done on our exposure and risk with executive sessions, I've had private meetings in those rooms, and I am really concerned. I am concerned that we have 3 locations in our town that are unsecure. We have the library, we have the schools, which I am deeply concerned if our school is not secure. And the select board room that you're all sitting in. Massachusetts has an alt-party consent. And I hope our legal—
Point of order, you're 2 minutes up.
Kelly, you can wrap it up. Thank you.
Okay, I hope our legal is looking into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie, do we have anyone else?
Nobody else on Zoom.
You already spoke. We weren't going to do one of them.
Just in case anybody misunderstood, I was not saying that we were not aware of the events in 2021, 2023, but of the more recent stuff.
Thank you for that clarification. I do appreciate that.
I apologize if it was misunderstood.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Did you want to say?
I know it's like Kevin wanted to make one clarifying statement. If he could come back to the microphone, if you'd recognize him.
Yep, that's fine. We're not going to have any more public comment after this.
This is town staff.
I had raised my hand before you looked at the Zoom, but it'll be super quick. I'll be super quick.
Can we just let him do public comment first and then you can do your statement?
I just wanted to end on the positive. Jake McAleer, used to be 135 Summer Avenue. I now live in Waltham. I'm one of the board members. I just want to end on the positive note of we've submitted a board packet. I don't think it made it into today's packet. It's on rctv.org, right on the homepage for folks to read. It's us trying to reiterate all of the positive things that we do, all the things that we try to contribute to the community, the 5 full-time staff members and other part-time staff members that we employ, the coverage for meetings like this, and the 200 students that we serve a year, including myself back in 2001 when I graduated. So I just wanted to reiterate that that information is out there. It was our only way to respond to you all. We've been invited to every other, in the 20 years I've been on the board, we've been invited to publicly present every single time, and we were not invited. So the only way I can get this information out is to talk during these 2 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Kevin, did you want to make a statement? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having me back up here.
Yeah.
So in coming to this meeting, I had 2 concerns. One, that I would come across as having some sort of bias or feeling one way or the other. And to be frank, I have enough work to do. And if I were to have a bias, it would be to have this contract extended, because in absence of the contract, I imagine that, you know, my wife would be asking me why I'm doing extra work. So, you know, that's my first thing. My second thing is I had a concern that my assessment would be called into question. I had the naive expectation that this would unfold on social media, which I keep myself out of. And, you know, if a tree falls in the woods and I'm not hearing it, then is it really happening? But no, it's happening right out in the hallway. So I wanted to just touch upon a couple of things that calls my assessment into question. My assessment isn't 2021. Those are conditions that I'm a passenger on that. My assessment isn't 2023. Like that's something that is captured in email and, you know, the documents that are displayed. My assessment, you know, as a result of what unfolded since I was asked to come here, you know, it's been suggested that I have incorrectly made an assessment. I disagree with that. The audio in this room that's being leveraged for the broadcast is the town audio. And, you know, the green light up there, the green light on these microphones is feeding that. The other microphone up there is independent, and it has a pathway into that TriCaster that was observed. I have a lot of paranoia about my assessment being challenged, so much so that I had to take like pictures and videos so that, you know, just so that I could cover myself. I really don't have the heart for this type of confrontation or whatever this is. My job is quite different than what's happening here, thankfully. And so, but one thing I do want to point out, and that was valid and pointed out to me, is Chris did play a video that showed the on-air light off when the video was clearly being broadcast on Verizon. The microphone here is town provided technology. These microphones are used for in-room amplification. If the Zoom call that's controlled at at the panel in front of Mr. Manager there, is shut off. These only function as in-room amplification. So that is valid. And, you know, since I am potentially defending my credibility, I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. Thanks for having me back up.
Thank you, Kevin, and I appreciate that. So now as a board, we need to vote on an extension or instruct town manager to explore. I just looked, so it's June 30th of 2025 that the contract ends. I've already suggested 3 months. I will stick with that because it would bring us to September 30th of 2025. And I think we can get some real conversations happening in that meantime. And knowing that those conversations are happening, I'm happy to extend another 3 months. I know someone mentioned extending longer. I believe, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, their contract states only a 6-month extension. Is that correct?
Yeah, we can extend 6 months on our own volition. Anything further than that would require negotiation, so.
Got it, okay. That's why the 6 months is there. So if we have a motion, I don't know, do you have a motion?
She does, but there's options within the motion, 1 through 5.
I did not see the actual motion, I don't think, so I don't know what the motion is.
They are 1 through 5, Karen, right?
1 through 4. Actual motion's not in the back.
So point of order, we haven't actually gone through the contract and talked about the contract yet. And now we're gonna have a motion. So we either, our choices tonight are extend. Really, that is our choice.
It's, yeah. Right.
Or delay the vote. We could delay the vote.
Well, if we delay the vote, we'd have till June 24th. I don't think that's appropriate either. I'd rather have the conversations start happening. So I'd rather extend them, even if it's a short time and then a short time. I'd rather do something than not have conversations starting. That's just my opinion.
Just have a conversation about the extension or a conversation about the contract? Just the extension?
Karen had mentioned we could push the vote to another night. My opinion is that I would like to do an extension tonight, so those conversations for renegotiation of the contract can start to happen.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
So the motion Karen has is actually, so in the packet it's 1 through 5. The motion that Karen has is 1 through 4, including the 3-month option. But so option 1 is executing a new grant agreement with RCTV. Option 2, and you can pick multiples, none, either, whatever you feel like.
Motion to extend the current RCTV contract 6 months.
I second.
Second, we'll have a vote on that.
Any discussion first?
Oh, any discussion, I apologize. Okay.
Thanks, Melissa. Real quick, 2 things, because my accountability was questioned in this. Town council was fully involved in my participation in this meeting and cleared me, just so everybody is aware. You might disagree with her, I have in the past, but unfortunately, that was her recommendation, and Matt is aware of that as well. And second, in 2021, what was not brought up, the reason that all of this was found out was because of a Killam Elementary School field trip was in town hall, and then the kids were broadcast down at RCTV. So apparently kids being broadcast, we're okay with that happening for some reason. That's okay. And not for nothing, you know who was here last week? Take a guess. The Killam Elementary School field trip. So all of a sudden, kids don't matter here anymore. You know, it is what it is. It's just wild to me that this is being, and no, this is part of the discussion portion of the motion.
And we're not going to respond.
So that's it.
Do we have any further discussion, or can we vote on the motion?
I'm going to accept responsibility for the lapses we have in not paying attention to our technology, and whether or not it was, and having the policies and practices in place to make sure that it is set up correctly, it is performing correctly, and doing that on a regular basis. So, and I also like to apologize to the RCTV board and staff for the way this has been conducted. when we negotiate contracts as a select board, the process starts in advance. We actually stick to the contract and we don't leave it to the last minute. So I apologize and I take responsibility for a failure on our part as well. And that is why we need a 6-month extension to do it the right way, which is what we should have done in the first place. So thank you.
Are we ready to vote on the motion?
Just 6 months with no options of anything else that Karen has written on that paper.
Yep,
Is that the deal?
That was
Okay.
a motion that Karen made and it
All
was
right.
seconded by Karen Rosgillis. So do you want to just,
Motion to approve.
Yep.
An extension for 6 months.
We already have the motion, so we just have to vote if, or
Oh,
more
yes.
comments.
You're right, we do already have the motion, I apologize. Any more discussion, because we're gonna vote otherwise. All those in favor of a 6-month extension? All those opposed to a 6-month extension?
Motion to adjourn. Non-debatable, we can vote.
You can leave if you'd like, but we don't.
It's non-debatable, we need to vote.
Okay.
Vice Chair.
We can vote, but no one seconded your motion.
Okay, that's fine. Our policies also state that we will not take up
Okay,
material
you're not the chair,
discussions.
if you'd like to leave,
Excuse
that's your
me.
opinion, or that's your
I'm
choice.
terribly sorry.
But we're gonna move on.
I'm terribly
We're
sorry.
gonna vote on the next
Our
option.
policies say that we shall not.
Karen,
order-
you're speaking out of
Okay,
order.
Someone needs to understand point of order. Point of order.
You didn't
Our-
say point of order the 3 minutes you talked before it. We're not
Point
doing
of
this.
order. Our policies say that we will not take up major decisions after 10:30 at night.
You just wanted to vote, and now because you didn't get your way, you're leaving. So we're gonna call for the next vote.
I'll join in from home, please. Would you let me on? Thanks.
What's the next, can someone
I
read
would propose.
the full motion?
So I would propose the full motion that Karen Rosgillis has in front of her. It says, move pursuant to section 6 of the grant agreement with Reading Community Television, RCTV, dated June 20th, 2019, to extend the grant agreement for 3 months until September 30th, 2025, on the same terms and conditions, and instruct the town manager to, 1, notify RCTV in writing of this vote to extend the grant agreement, and 2, explore options for public education and governmental PEG programming services, including, there's 4 options here. In my motion, I'm only taking 2, 3, and 4, which would be executing a new grant agreement with a different nonprofit PEG access provider. The next is executing an intermunicipal agreement, IMA, with another municipality for the provision of PEG access services, or providing PEG programming through a town department. And that is my motion.
Is someone seconding that motion?
Second.
Okay, well, we can vote on that. Any discussion on that motion?
That's an awful lot to do in 3 months, and you're placing an awful lot of responsibility on town manager and assistant town manager.
They will absolutely get it done.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they're not competent to get it done, but that's an extremely amount of heavy lifting for them to do. Why would you not have voted for 6 months then and had all this stuff done?
Because it has to be clear as crystal that what transpired is never happening again. And 6 months allows the waffling and everything to continue just as if it's no big deal.
But you're giving them no time at all.
3 months is a long time.
With the summer in the
With
middle of it?
an option to go another 3 months. That is, we can extend it beyond the 3. We can do it multiple times. Ivrea has already weighed in on this. So we have the option of going another 3 months. If Matt comes back and says, listen, things aren't going terrible, we can't find XYZ, we have the option of extending it another 3 months. It's really up to, him and his staff and whatever ends up getting done. And RCTV making changes that will be amicable to the entire board.
If I could chime in.
Proposing that you'll be able to make up for 20 years of history.
Please don't speak out,
within
please.
6 months.
Please don't speak out. My comment to your motion is that if I can't agree to those additional things for 3 months. I would agree to an extension of a 3-month and we start the conversation. If we want to add all of that, I agree with Karen, 3 months is way too short when we need to do it in 6 months. That's just not, I don't believe that's realistic. So I would agree to all of that if we were going to do a 6-month extension. Otherwise, I would just ask for a 3-month extension and let's start the conversations. Let's see where we're going to go. Let's make sure everyone's on board. And then, but if we're going to add all of that, I agree with Karen. It's just way too much to do in 3 months.
I think the problem of going down that avenue ends up becoming who's doing negotiations and why wasn't this brought to the full board and who got assigned, and like these other things have to be hammered out in this. You know what I mean? Or is it being delegated? Are we doing that now? So, I mean, I guess.
But I think that you'd run into that problem with your scenario as well. And you're adding 4 more things to it.
Well, this is just originally how it's written. We can take it however you like, or however I like, or the full board likes. That's kind of, I guess, hear from Carla.
I'd like to see a motion of 3 months just to try to negotiate with RCTV and RCTV only. Not look at other providers. Let's have an opportunity, and 3 months is long enough to talk to one entity to see if we can move past this. All this animosity, all this new language that we may or may not want added on both ends. So that's what I propose. 3 months, 2-week conversation with RCTV and the town, which includes us. And if we can't get anywhere, we extend another 3 months and then we look for another provider. I don't want to see RCTV go away. I don't. You people hate us right now? That's fine. That's fine. None of us want to see RCTV go away. I will swear that. I don't. But things have to change. And you've heard it, maybe not in the best fashion, but a lot of this was sprung on recently, the technology stuff. We weren't withholding this from you. Trust me. So it all came up pretty quickly. We meet every 2 weeks, and this is how it happened. It's unfortunate, but that's, I don't know how to put that in a motion, but motion to start, extend the contract with RCTV as it stands for 3 months. End of story.
Second. Discussion.
We still have to vote on mine. Well, I can withdraw my motion, so now we're good.
Would you like to withdraw your motion?
Yes.
Thank you. Second. Do we have any discussion on Carlo's motion?
Really
3 months, just the contract.
With RCTV only.
With RCTV?
Yes.
Does that mean we're gonna all meet as a board of 5 with town and them? Or is it gonna be assigned to just the liaison, or how is that gonna be?
It's TBD.
It can't be the whole board unless it's in a public setting. So we would have to probably pick a person to work with town manager, town staff, and RCTV.
Okay.
And then bring it back and report, that person would have to report back to the board, but we
Yeah.
can't, otherwise.
I think we should do that tonight, to your point. Appoint one of us as the liaison to work with town staff.
Point of order, can you do that when that's not on the agenda? Just asking.
We might not be able to.
I would, sorry, this is Eva Free, Town Council. I think it's appropriate to appoint an individual to negotiate. It's all part of the grant negotiation process. So I'm comfortable if the board wants, their motion can be to extend the grant agreement with RCTV for 3 months and to appoint X person to continue negotiations with RCTV for a longer extension.
Thank you.
I will nominate Melissa.
I'm happy to do it.
You happy to do it? I was going
Yeah,
to. If you're happy to do it, that's fine.
Yeah, no, RCTV is, I am their liaison now, so I'm happy to jump in if that works for everyone.
Yeah, works for me.
And
I
just,
nominated myself, would you say no?
Nothing personal, but yes.
I know it's not personal, but
You can nominate yourself. That's
I
fine.
nominate myself too.
So we have two nominations.
Do we have to, can we vote on the motion first and then pick a liaison from the board
Does
to,
it have to be all one motion, Ivrea, or can we do it twice?
So you can do it in two separate motions. We just want to make sure that the second motion is to negotiate a longer grant agreement because the agenda item is for grant agreement negotiations.
so Carlo's motion, which was seconded, is that we will extend RCTV's contract for 3 months to start negotiations. We discussed, all those in favor? It's 4-0. And now we need to pick a liaison to work with RCTV town staff and, lawyers, like the town council, I guess. Yeah.
Does that have to be one person? Could it be two?
I don't.
We would advise that it be one person so that we haven't created a subcommittee if your goal is to have those conversations without having to post.
So does Melissa being the liaison pose a conflict?
Elected to post.
No.
I'm sorry, two select board members would create a subcommittee? Sorry.
So there's some potential if you're designating 2 individuals to accomplish a task that you have created a subcommittee. So in an abundance of caution, we would advise that only one select board member be appointed to lead the negotiations and bring back whatever they work out to the full board.
Thank you. And Karen, that's how we traditionally do it. We nominate one of us traditionally. And based on that, it makes more sense.
And there's no conflict if the designee for the negotiation process is the RCTV liaison. Obviously doesn't have to be, but there's no conflict there.
Thank you.
So who are the people?
Melissa and Karen Rose Gillis. So
I would like to do it. I would like RCTV to stay. I would like changes to happen, but I will go with whatever the board sees fit.
I'd like to do it because I'm new and I'm not connected to anything.
I would, like I said, I'd like to see Melissa do it. Obviously, if I did it, everyone's going to have issues. So I'm okay with not being the issue. Believe me, Melissa can handle it. But I just, Carlo expressed it, and it might not seem as if that, we all love RCTV, except it's really not Chris. I've been on record multiple times saying that I love RCTV. Ben spoke earlier. He did the mysterious summer with my daughter Autumn at the summer camp. I've been this isn't just all of a sudden whatever. Things happen, and here we are. So long and short, Melissa, I would like you to do it because obviously you're taking emotion out of this.
All right, let's have a motion, please.
So who are we going first? Melissa, Karen?
Melissa was mentioned first, so just go there.
So Ivrea, how did you want to word this? You need something on the tail end of it. Is that the deal? And
Yeah, I would just say move to designate Chair Melissa Murphy to negotiate a future grant agreement extension with RCTV.
So moved.
So friendly amendment, Melissa Murphy as a vice chair, let's be correct.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
No, not all, it's very.
They were co-chairs, I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's no such thing.
Okay, and it's so moved.
Second.
Okay, so do we have a vote? All those in favor?
You have to do roll call.
Oh.
Karen's on.
Roll call vote. Any discussion, first of all? And then we'll do a roll call vote. Karen?
So are we discussing?
You can.
Yeah. Yes, I didn't think you wanted to.
Yeah. Melissa, I'm concerned you have bias based on comments that we heard tonight. So I'm not confident in having you take on this task.
That's fine. We're going to do a roll call vote. Karen? Oh, wait, there's no more discussion, right? Correct. Okay. Karen? Herrick?
No.
Carlo Bacci?
Yes.
Chris Haley?
Yes.
Karen Rose Gillis? No. Melissa Murphy? Yes. Oh.
Okay. Moving on.
Should have had a break after this.
Now we will move on to select board liaison reports.
We'll take a 2-minute recess.
We'll take a 2-minute recess. Although-
Gavel. She might have left.
Jackie, is Karen on?
Something happened to the screen.
I think we're
Actually-
muted. We're muted.
Oh.
Good night. Okay.
There we go.
Come on.
Karen, are you still there? Karen Herrick? She left.
Jackie, did she leave?
She's still online.
No.
Yeah, Jackie's still there.
Karen, we have a motion to adjourn? All right, just move on.
Still roll
All
call.
right, Carlo,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Melissa, yes.
Yes.
Karen.
I'm gonna read these at the next meeting, because I was very busy this month.
Thank you, Gavel.
Let me tell you.
Gavel.